Well, hello, everybody. Peace and blessings. Welcome to a brand new episode of Wednesday Night Kiki. I am your host, the one and only Chris Avalon, darling. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but I was feeling my Mariah Carey oats as I was saying that. But anyway, welcome to a brand new episode of Wednesday Night Kiki. I'm your host, Chris Avalon, and we'll be bringing Mr. EJ Parker in a little later. And we also have a very special guest, the one and only Delvon Johnson, who's going to be coming in to promote his new book and is going to discuss a little fashion news and probably kiki with us as well. Not probably, he will be kikiing with us as well on some of the trending hot topics. But before we get to the meat and potatoes of the show, what I want to do right now is definitely look down below. Right down there. Follow moi and EJ Parker at EJP CEO Corner, and also follow us Wednesday Night Kiki on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all that good stuff, as well as follow me on Chris Avalon OFFI1 over on Twitter and Instagram. That is where you can find me, where you get the latest tea. And the Twitter is a little messy, but well, it's PG. The other one that I got in trouble for because you know who, the one that got the broken legs, because I called him a COON. I can't get on that page anymore, so I have the PG version of the Chris Avalon Twitter. Follow that one. You get all the latest entertainment news and all that good stuff, as well as the Instagram, where you'll see clips of Wednesday Night Kiki over there as well. But once again, thank you all for watching. So before we get to the meat and potatoes of the show, what I want to do is get into some of the latest trending hot topics and, you know, what's going on in Hollywood and all that stuff. And one of the things we're going to talk about, I want to talk to you guys about, is the one and only Eve. So I'm sure you all heard that she's parted ways with The Talk, which is even worse to watch now. Then I would watch it every now and again, like little clips on YouTube. I was never an avid watcher of The Talk because I can't get into the dynamics of those women over there. It always depended on whatever topics they were talking about, and I would jump in and watch and see what Eve or somebody or something or another had to say. But she's got a new gig, and she's about to embark on a brand new show over at ABC, which is called Queens. Now, according to Variety, the pilot is about four estranged, out-of-touch women in their 40s who reunite for a chance to recapture their fame and regain the swagger they had as the Nasty Bitches, the 90s group that made them legends in the hip-hop world. Eve is going to play the role of Brianna, who 20 years ago, she was known as Professor Sex, 1/4 of the Nasty Bitches, rapping about money, sex, and her all-around glamorous lifestyle. That was kind of the thing that transpired in the music world of the 90s, where it was money, cash, hoes. Like, that's all it was about, and all that good stuff. So, today, Brianna is a proud wife and mother of 5 in a stained sweatsuit that barely had a second to breathe. Not glamorous, but Brianna loves her life. The Nasty Bitches are a distant memory, but when an opportunity arises for the group to reunite, Brianna will grapple with whether or not she still has the swagger and confidence that made her an icon decades ago. And in addition to starring, Eve will be rendering original music for the show as her character, a music icon in her own right. For those who didn't know, she is best known for her hit records Who's That Girl, Gangsta Lovin', Let Me Blow Your Mind, which she did with Gwen Stefani, and that song won her and Gwen a Grammy for Best Rap Song Collaboration in 2002. She has released 4 multi-million selling albums and 32 singles to date, most recently dropping the single Reload in 2019. And you know, she was known as the pit bull in a skirt when she was a part of the group. Well, she was a part of the whole Rough Riders group, crew with Swizz Beatz and DMX and a whole bunch of people from that whole situation. A lot of them didn't last within that whole concept of the whole Rough Riders crew, but Eve and DMX were like the biggest names to come out of that whole situation. And I look at this show as something that I would definitely want to check out. It's a show that to me feels in the same way as it could be the next Empire without all the problematic stuff that has transpired between between you know, what happened behind the scenes and all the drama with that show. How I'm just hoping that this show maintains a sense of goodness and doesn't just start out with a bang in season 1 and go downhill once the sophomore season happens. So I'm definitely excited to see this new show with Eve. And I even said that. I was like, wait a minute. So if you got Eve being a part of a show about a girl rap group from the 90s, which just kind of reminds me of, it could be a little bit like, you know, with Little Kim and Maya and Pink and Christina Aguilera when they did Lady Marmalade. or it could be kind of like Ladies Night, which we had with, who was it? It was Left Eye. Now I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It was Left Eye, Angie Martinez. Little Kim was in that group, and I believe it was also Missy Elliott. So I'm definitely excited, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with this whole thing. If it'll be 4 rap women or some singers thrown in, and we'll see how it is. Because I'm thinking like this would be a cool opportunity for, even if you guys don't even buy an Eve record anymore, at least there's a way with her making that TV money and the music money, and they collide, and you can forever be creating great content for y'all to download and support in the future. So I'm really excited about this, and I'm also excited to see who else is going to be a part of this ensemble cast. Now, on to the next topic, which I found remotely interesting. And this was something that I did not see coming. First of all, I am an avid streamer. I'm not someone who has cable. I'm not someone who owns a cable box. I'm not, so I have like streaming, like I have Netflix, I have Hulu, I have Shudder, I have, all these different streaming services. And now we're about to get another one. So when I heard about Paramount Plus, I was like, I don't think I could do another goddamn streaming service. Y'all doing the most with this. Like, you keep adding more streaming services, it's literally going to be about as it's going to cost as much as like your cable provider, which is like $150, $200. I'm not there yet, but I feel like I'm getting there. Music is loud in the background, by the way. But then I saw these stories today, which had me relatively interested. So Paramount Plus is set to launch March 4th, and from what the reports are saying, Mission Impossible 7 and A Quiet Place 2, which is set to come out in November 19th and September 17th of this year, will debut on Paramount Plus 45 days after their big screen runs. Paw Patrol, the movie, is also on that list. Okay, I don't care about that one, but I do want to see A Quiet Place 2 and Mission Impossible 7. And now that I'm hearing that movie theaters are opening up again, I'm a little hesitant to want to go to a movie theater and want to check out a film in a theater, especially when movie theaters are set to open up, I believe, on the 4th of next month in New York, finally, because we haven't had a movie theater open in almost over a year. It would be a year in March. I don't know exactly the date, but I remember the last movie I saw in the theater was Bloodshot with Vin Diesel. I like to wash that memory out of my brain because that movie was god-awful, but still, nevertheless, it was one of the movies that I saw in the theater. So I'm excited about this. The fact that now I'm like, damn it, you want me to, now I gotta freaking align myself with yet another streaming service. First of all, I didn't know how much this damn streaming service is before I even signed my life over to it. Because if they're gonna charge me $17, $18, I don't know if I'm gonna sign on. So they're saying that additionally, MGM movies, including the upcoming James Bond movie No Time to Die, will find a streaming home on Paramount Plus thanks to a new expansion deal with MGM-owned Epix. This will allow the new service to have 2,500 movies in total at launch, including 700 titles from the Miramax library. So Epix will get a 90-day exclusive pay TV window for many Paramount theatrical titles before the titles become available on Paramount Plus and Epix. More importantly, for Paramount Plus, the streamer will now get access to titles not just from MGM, but from other studios as well. So I'm wondering also, because Paramount Plus, doesn't Paramount also own the Friday the 13th franchise? So I'm wondering if we'll get all the Friday the 13th movies that are owned by Paramount over on Paramount Plus. If that's the case, I love that franchise. I love me some Jason Voorhees. I may actually subscribe to that. A little bit. But now when I heard the latest news, because news has been coming out every hour on the hour in regards of all the shows that's running over there, I heard the final season of Younger is going over there. They're also reviving Frasier. Don't care about that show. They're also reviving Road Rules is heading to Paramount Plus. I used to love that show when I was growing up. And I was like, why did MTV get rid of that show? They should bring it back. But Paramount Plus is bringing it back, as well as RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars. The new season, the upcoming season, is heading to Paramount Plus. And so it's not going to be on VH1. And also the Real World Homecoming, New York, and drag singing competition titled Queen of the Universe. It's a drag singing competition. So new iterations of the Ink Master franchise and Dating Naked are heading over there as well as um, Behind the Music, Yo MTV Raps, and Unplugged are getting an update. And the streaming service has ordered a series from Foo Fighters frontman Dave Grohl titled From Cradle to Stage. So now, does this mean that they're creating a reality competition series around, you know, rock music? I remember they tried to do that once and it didn't work. But also, they're talking about I did mention they're reviving Frasier, but they're also doing a scripted series based on Paramount movies Love Story, The Italian Job, and Fatal Attraction. Now, I get the whole Italian Job, but how many times are you going to have somebody boil a rabbit in the Fatal Attraction movie? So I don't know how I feel about that. So, Drag Race All Stars, does that mean so it's not going to be on VH1, that you have to go to Paramount Plus in order to watch it? Or could it also be heading over to Wow Presents Plus? Because I have Wow Presents Plus also. So I need to find out how much this damn streaming service is going to be before I even sign on the dotted line. And also, I don't know if I mentioned this, but the Challenge All Stars is going to bring back the most iconic, boldest, and fiercest Challenge All-Stars from the original Real World and Road Rules for a second chance at glory. I remember hearing this story, and I think I reported on this as well, that I said that they're going to be bringing back a lot of the original Road Rules Real World people, like maybe Johnny Bananas can come on there. I mean, that probably would be a perfect fit for him instead of him going back to the Challenge, because the Challenge is more they just pick anybody and put them on that damn show, and they just be trying to gut each other for a damn $1 million, which after taxes probably ain't gonna be that much, quiet as it's kept. So I'm thinking this revitalization of All Stars, we could see some of our favorite veterans. Like, I would love to see Landon come back. I would love to see so many of the iconic cast members. But I'm definitely excited. Now I'm really excited about this Queen of the Universe show, which will pick drag queens from all around the world against one another for a musical melee. Per the release, we can expect high heels, high octaves, and high competition. So we can get somebody like, first of all, New York City is full of singing queens. If we can get Jasmine Rice LaBeija and some of them queens from New York on that show, now Jasmine does opera. Y'all need to get her on there. Like, the bitch can sing. So if we can get some iconic drag, and I've been saying this for the longest, I want a new iteration of drag on television besides Drag Race. RuPaul's Drag Race should not be the only version of Drag Race that we get that highlights drag culture or drag performers. So I'm definitely looking forward to this. I'm also wondering, why is it that, with all the seasons of Drag Race, why isn't it that why haven't y'all raised the price? Why are people still fighting over $100,000? Like, you've been 13 seasons, they put so much money behind that show. Like, y'all should up the money. Can y'all at least give them 500 grand? Maybe $1 million? I mean, if you look at the challenge, they're fighting for $1 million now. So why not just give them way more piece of the pie? And I just realized upon reading, Queen of the Universe is also produced by World of Wonder. So I'm excited. Oh, also, we're getting a Halo series over at Paramount as well. So, to be honest, with all this stuff that's heading over there, this network sounds appetizing. Like, it feels like I've got a case of FOMO. Like, I don't want to miss out on all this excitement with these shows. And I like HBO Max, but HBO Max is not fully giving me what I need in regards of like the entertainment and all that other stuff. So I don't know. I'm getting enticed by the whole situation. I'm kind of getting in. You're pulling me in, Paramount Plus. You're starting to pull me in. So I'm probably gonna test it out and check it out. And I definitely want to see the old Real World Homecoming New York, where they're bringing back a lot of the old people like Heather B and Eric Nees and all the legends, the original Real World. That's a little nostalgia for me. First of all, I was way too young to even see that season. I didn't even have cable when the first season of the Real World came out. So, I mean, I've seen old episodes, like when back in the day when MTV did reruns of a lot of the Real World shows. But I'm looking to visit that. So yeah, Paramount, you're pulling me in. Now, on to our final topic before we bring Mr. EJ Park in, because I realize I'm rambling on a little bit. I don't know. I was just so excited about all these new shows that's coming out on Paramount Plus. I forgot I'm still doing a show. But anyway, so Kelly Rowland just released her EP, which is all right. But now she's talking about what, it came out on February 19th. It's called K. And she says that she's going to be releasing new music every quarter of this year. And so that she's already started on the next EP. Now, the 6-song, shout out to That Grape Juice for this story. The 6-song effort is the fullest body of work she has released since her last studio album, Talk a Good Game, which came out in 2013. So, she has been promoting stuff, and speaking of the talk, she appeared on there, and here's what she said. She says, I feel like right now there are no rules to releasing music. I've watched so many artists, new artists especially, drop music here, and there is so much freedom in that. I told myself it would be great to put out a record every quarter, and that's my goal right now. I do feel like in each season you have something different to say or different to express. I'm excited and have already started working on the next EP. So yeah, she talks about a lot. She was on, she talks in the interview. She talked about how she celebrated turning 40, and then she talks about her new son Noah and helping Houston residents after the winter storm. And then she's talking about the album's rundown and producing a Donna Summer biopic, which quiet as is kept, I have said numerous times, Kelly Rowland is this generation's Donna Summer. If she would have just played it up with doing the dance music, the Europop, the disco, like to me, she needed to separate herself from. And hey Dijon. So when I look at someone like Kelly Rowland, and I said there needs to be a lane that she needs to separate herself from what Beyonce is doing on the solo tip, and Michelle is doing on the solo tip. Michelle has the disco corner. Beyonce is, hip hop and R&B, and she has found so many different avenues going. Now she's the queen of Nigeria with the latest Afro beats. Like that's what she does. So Ungawa Black Power, I live for the music. But Beyonce, girl, you are not, like, she's trying to be like the Harriet Tubman of hip hop right now. And Kelly Rowland, to me, I was like, she could do the pop. She could do the sassy, dance music. Like, to me, dance should have been her lane. I love what she did with, all these other dance DJs, including David Guetta. Wish she would have stayed in that direction. Then she kind of pulled herself back and started going into this mid-tempo, dated R&B music. I'm like, girl, you're starting to sound like you're falling into that trap where we can't distinguish you from K. Michelle and all these other girls that's out here making basic R&B music. So I like that she's doing something different, and I think she's independent now. So with her actually going in and doing this music, trying different things, coming in every little quarter, I actually like this idea with her. So good luck to you, Kelly. So without further ado, let me bring in my co-host of Wednesday Night Kiki. So I hope y'all got y'all snacks and y'all drinks, because this episode is about to be messy. We are going to talk about the drama that is going on behind the scenes, allegedly. Well, it's not alleged because he's been going on online saying all types of shit. But we're going to talk about the drama that's going on behind the scenes of the B-Boy Blues movie. Child, when I heard this stuff, nobody is talking about it, surprisingly. Only a few people here and there, but we need to talk about this and bring it up. So without further ado, let me bring in my partner in crime, the one and only Mr. EJ Parker, the co-host of Host Chat Live every Saturday from 12 to 2 on the All Digital Radio Network. And oh my God, DTA podcast. How could I almost forget? I don't write nothing down that comes with the dough money. So yes. Hey girl, hey, come on in. Oh yes, I agree with that. Dijon, by the way. He said Beyonce is trying to be the next Diana Ross times 10. Wait, what? But I agree with that, Dijon, because, well, the story of Miss Diana Ross with how
okay.
Hey, I love her. Did the dearly departed Mary, who passed away, and I was watching an old clip of her on Donahue. Shout out to another one, another friend of mine, Joshua Martin, because he be just pulling up these clips from out of nowhere. And I'm like, oh my God, I've never seen this. But he posted up on his page a clip of Mary Wilson on Donahue where she was promoting her book back in the day. Child was too young to even know what was going on in that damn, with them and all the other stuff, and even about the book. My grandmother used to watch Donahue religiously. May she rest in peace, by the way. But there was something or another where she was talking about how like oh my God, I forgot the other woman in the Supremes name. While her and Diana was butting heads, and I think it was partially Diana because Diana acted like her shit didn't stink, and she was more or less trying to fuck her way to a solo deal. And you had Berry Gordy, who was playing in typical behind the scenes male bullshit, where you had him pulling strings, putting woman against woman, and you know how women are. Y'all are catty. Y'all don't know how to get along well with others. When you ego and you think you're the better damn singer. And then I saw the other day, Diana Ross about, I'm coming out with a new album, working on music in my recordings. I don't know anybody who asked for it, but if that's what you want to do, be my guest. I mean, I like Diana's classics, but maybe the only one who will be there for a new Diana album is Miss Cohen, as in Andy Cohen.
Wow.
Hello. Bitches. Oh, hey, Derek Gordon said I could never get into Diana Ross. Me either. That's what I said. I like some of her songs, but child, I wasn't that damn gay. Like, I like Diana Ross, but child, I was more or less, even though I am way younger than a lot of these people. Oh, I believe it. Barry was probably fucking all the Supremes and putting them all against each other. And then did you hear the story? I know we all I know we're just like jumping all over the place. But did you hear wait, am I frozen?
Your screen is a little slow.
Oh. It looks like it's regular. Hold on, let me refresh for a second.
9. Yes. Put a little background music for everyone so we get a little bumping going over here. Welcome to Wednesday Night Kiki, everybody. What's going on, y'all? Derek, Dijon, we got Chris back up in her.
Am I here? What was I gonna say? Oh my God, who was the when you heard about Clive Davis, where he's talking about that he got Bell's palsy, so he's postponing his annual Grammy party. And the funny thing is, but I always thought he was always talking slanted out of the side of his mouth. So I don't know why we postponing it this year. Quiet as it's kept. Why are we even wait, hold on that. Why are we even postponing an event when wasn't Whitney Houston dead in the bathtub upstairs while y'all was still partying downstairs for that last Grammy party? So why we postpone it this year? And then you love Whitney Houston?
Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about Clive Davis and the situation. But this is the time of the year. Tis the season. We're definitely gonna talk about isn't the Grammys in March, right?
Yeah, it was supposed to happen this year, but this month. But they were postponing due to COVID and a whole bunch of other stuff, and so they postponed it until March. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not watching the Grammys. I don't care about the Grammys. I like the story that came out today where the Hollywood Foreign Press said they don't even have black people on their committee. Well, who's surprised? I'm sure they have no black people on the Grammy committee. So I'm not even watching the Grammys this year. I don't care about any of the nominees. We already know they're going to give everything to Taylor, no ass, flat as a board Swift. She's going to get everything about that dry ass folklore album. After she went black for 5 minutes with them last couple of albums. The white people love our rhythm, but never our blues. I don't care.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Dijon says that was a stroke from 20 years ago. He's lying. Wait a minute.
No, but he said he recently, he had another Bell's palsy incident recently. So he's postponing the Grammys. I remember there was once upon a time I was so stressed out. I did have a Bell's palsy situation, and I just did a little this, and my face went right back to normal. But I guess that face is so wrinkled from all that cocaine use, we can't pull it up. Or why don't he just go to? Why don't he just like call one of them Hollywood people? Give them a little shot in the face. Don't know. I mean, a little Botox will help, right?
Okay.
But then again, men look a little crazy with Botox versus women. It's like women can kind of get away with the Botox, even though some of y'all be going a little overboard and y'all be starting to look a little Wendy Williams-esque. But y'all looking like an extra from the Muppets, the one Jim Henson wouldn't use. And then y'all be looking a little crazy, the face don't move. Y'all say a little something. Honey, they ain't a little. Like they took half the damn bottle and injected it in your face. But nevertheless, look, we did say we was going to be messy today with this show. Well, Derek says,
Beyond.
I like Taylor Swift, but hate the new album.
Yes. I could get that. I mean, I like Taylor Swift too. This new album did not do anything for me. Yeah.
Whenever they say critically acclaimed, that means boring.
Oop.
So, I mean, I know we're going to be bringing in Delvon in a few minutes to talk about his new book, and we're going to be talking about the fashions and things of that nature. But do you want to get into this whole Nutmeg McCain story?
Yes, please do.
So, yeah, apparently she was on The View this week trying to serve us a little Queen Amidala realness. Today, she was looking like Mimi from freaking Drew Carey with all that blue makeup, blue eye makeup.
I wish I had the picture. I shouldn't got the picture.
Botox resident or little lift ain't gonna resurrect that Clive corpse. He damn sure isn't.
I cannot. Y'all are with the jokes there.
Okay, the shade is real up in here. But anyway, so John McCain's daughter, who's on The View, being the waste of space that she is, basically went on social media and demanded that Joe Biden fire Anthony Fauci because he hasn't personally called this bitch to inform her when she could expect her coronavirus vaccine. So she says the fact that Meghan McCain co-host of The View don't know when or how I will be able to get a vaccine because the rollout for my age range and my health is so nebulous. I have no idea when and how I can get it. If you call me at 3 a.m, I will go to any place at any time to get it. First of all, bitch, who's calling you? Number one.
She is in the mood.
And number two, she always looks like Miss Piggy, quiet as it's kept. But then clearly some angry faggot, some angry queen, some angry queen is clearly somebody in her makeup team.
What happening?
I don't know. It must be the Red Bull. But same look, same snout. Okay. Oink, oink, bitch. But the same, I don't know. So clearly there's some queen that is on her team that's pissed off at her and is just basically just turning all the lights off when they doing her makeup. They don't even got a ring light in the apartment when they doing her hair and makeup, because clearly y'all got her out here looking like a hot ass orange alert mess, and I'm living for it. And I think, you know what, I really think she's doing this shit on purpose because she knows that y'all be so critical of her look on the show that she's doing this on purpose. I think she's doing it on purpose. She knows it's getting under, and I think she gets off on getting under our skin like a typical Karen.
Yeah.
So anyway, first of all, who are you that we need to call you to let you know where you can go get a vaccine? Number two, before you went on your little rant about Dr. Fauci, didn't Joy Behar say that she's getting her second dosage tomorrow? So you didn't think enough to ask Joy where she went to get where she got the information she went to get her freaking shots the first time? Like, you don't have a doctor that can get you that? So, oh, child, I remember the eye makeup every week. It's a mess. But so I don't understand, like, there's ways to go about it. She just wants to spew her bullshit propaganda on the show and get away with it and thinks it's cute and feels like, well, honey, I don't know who you think you are, but you are not someone. First of all, you're not even an essential worker. Number two, you got more money than all of us that's watching right now. So you don't think that you have an in or somebody that you know that can get you a piece of the vaccine or a vaccine, or you don't have a doctor that you can call to find out where you can get a shot. And even when you get the shot, yes, you still have to go around and wear a mask and all this other. But I will still, like, even if I were to get the shot, I would still wear a mask.
Right.
I'm not going to go around and be like, well, yeah, I got 2 shots. It's all over. We can all go back to normal. There's no sense of normalcy when it comes to diseases and all these things because, like, science, and I know people like her and her people are afraid of science. You know, science is a myth, according to them. Because, you know, did you see the people in Texas where they were sitting there melting snow and talking about the snow ain't real because it didn't melt right away?
Ciao.
So it's like, are people really that stupid in this country? I could just go on for hours about the dumbness. But yeah, and I'm glad you brought that nepotism thing up because thank you, QUWTK, for pulling this story. Because the people on Twitter were going in the comments. So it says Gina Carano, Meghan McCain lacking self-awareness of their privilege. Another person put, I'll take advice from Dr. Fauci over Meghan McCain on any subject, not just science. Another person by the name of Dr. Vin Gupta said the rejection of real, genuine expertise is what led us to today. So misguided to see people like at Meghan McCain calling for the replacement of Dr. Fauci. We should be empowering and amplifying his message to get out of this crisis and avoid any further milestones. Now, the one thing I found interesting was that they put together this story, which gagged me for points, but I got to go all the way down because QUWTK pulled a lot of the shady tweets from people. Hold on, let me find it. So someone put in the comments real quick rundown on Nutmeg. They said she bought her first home as a teen because she has a massive trust fund from her grandfather. Number 2, she has never held a real job. We know this. She was hired by The View when her father was on the committee that oversaw all TV and telecommunications in the country. So it was a good way for ABC to ingratiate themselves to somebody who has power over them.
Wow.
And then also, I didn't know that they said for all her talking about her father, Meghan grew up in Arizona and he lived in D.C. when he was a senator, only going home on the occasional weekend. And let's not also forget that she endorsed domestic terrorist supporter Josh Hawley for president on the day of the attack on the U.S. Capitol. And, you know, I love bringing this one up, you know, about her husband, Ben Dominic, was fired from media outlets for plagiarism and now runs a right-wing anti-LGBTQ bigoted website that Meghan helps fund. And also, let's not forget, because, you know, they love talking about how her father was, you know, this amazing man. But let's not forget that he was a part of the Keating 5 bribery scandal. And what?
No, key word was.
Yeah, I said that he was part of the Keating 5 bribery scandal and only started pushing campaign reform to try to clean up his image. As soon as he ran for president, he violated the very rules he had claimed to want. So there's that.
Isn't that their
fine. She'll be fine financially. She has a $13 million trust fund. She'll be fine. Like if they were to fire her tomorrow from The View, she'll be fine financially.
Yeah,
but
I mean, we talk about this a lot. Like, you know, that is her stick. You know, and it's her job to show up and to do exactly and to have us do exactly what we're doing, even though we're, you know, adding substance to, you know, the ongoing rant of it all, if you will. But you know, it's not going to stop. So we all thought that, you know, when she was gonna leave. I mean, when Trump left, that this was going to be the end of her. And clearly, ABC is continuing where they left off. And you know, it's just I don't know what to say about it anymore. I mean, we spoke about it the other week. Like, you know, it's just such an inundating conversation because it's like we're going in circles. You know, we keep giving them platforms, and then, you know, the platforms that they get, they basically abuse it. You know, Fox News, whatever show that a Republican is on at this point, tend to go in those directions. So like, try to stay in reality and stay, like, you know, not angry, like, you know, when you're watching the TV, but that's their point, you know. So I just look past it, Chris, to be honest with you. Like, you know, at one point she's gonna put her foot in her mouth and it's gonna go too far. Like I think I spoke to you about this off show. Like she's no different chick, the Rachel girl. The only difference that the white one, the one that got caught at a Southern antebellum. McCain is no different.
Wait, hold on. No, she got caught at a Lady Antebellum concert, according to Wendy Williams. Did you catch that dumb shit she said the other day on Hot Topics?
Yes, I did.
Lady
she called
Antebellum,
it a concert.
and the bitch wasn't even corrected about it. I said, Lady Antebellum, really? I told you, Wendy Williams is no longer the queen of Hot Topics. She just swears we get all our tea from her. Nobody's getting tea from you because you barely even. I bet you she don't even show her goddamn Hot Topics media. She sits in that chair and basically gets, a battery put in her back by Norman. Oh, Dijon, yes, please come back because this show's about to get messier. But anyway,
it's just we're about to bring in Delvon, but
Lady Antebellum thing.
Right. No. You're right. You didn't do nothing wrong. It's just like I said, it's just gonna continue going, and we just gotta learn how to bump it right off and keep focusing on. We got the White House, we got the Senate, we got the House, and we just gotta stay focused. Like let all that just go out the window. But yeah, and just like Aretha always says, child, I am gonna pass on that one.
Wait, are we bringing in Delvon now?
After this commercial break?
I'm gonna pass on that. Oh yeah, we use this one on I tend to use that meme a lot. Yes. The one where I was giving that face with the blinking eyes. When that's my shady face. When I always refer to the legendary Aretha, because Aretha was never shy of letting you know her opinion. She's shady like the rest of us. But yeah, so we don't have anything else to John McCain. Look, and I'll say this. When The View decides to one day fire Nutmeg McCain, then we'll fire Dr. Fauci. So we know that's not going to happen because they really want to just keep her around for the sensationalism and the bullshit and the propaganda because they know she brings in the ratings. When Quiet As Is Kept, the ratings was even better when she was on maternity leave. So I don't know why The View continues to keep going with this. I think it's because the Twitter timeline is where it's really lit. When people are going in with the comments and stuff, and people are commenting here, because I'm sure that everybody who's in the comments about stuff, they're getting their information from Twitter and the tweets and people's little memes and this, that, and the other, and they're commenting that way. I don't think that there's a lot of people watching The View, even though it was reported that The View is the #1 show on in daytime at the moment. But that's not saying much because it's not really that many great shows, Quiet As It's Kept, on.
Yeah, we spoke about that. TV. We spoke about that, and we'll probably talk about later in our Reality Unwrapped series. But coming up next, guys, we have the one and only, because he's in studio here, Delvon Johnson. He's coming here to talk about his book. All that and so much more. We're going to cover some fashion pics around, it's on social media, whatnot. Got some interesting stories I found as well, including a legendary fashion queen, and I mean queen. Is homeless, honey. Chris, you said that story, and we are still gagging. We're going to talk about that and so much more. And we also have trending stories coming up. We're going to talk about Kardashians, and we're also going to go over this messy drama that's going on a set of B-Boy Blues. What the hell is happening? All that and so much more. Keep it locked here on Wednesday Night Kiki, and we'll be right back.
This is for faggots.
like, girl, don't play stupid. It's like, I was about to say, girl, please stop talking. Please stop talking right now. Which is what Whoopi said over the summer. But the funny thing is, it's like, honey, was that a direct jab at Anna Navarro? Because all the ladies are pretty much having their little, back and forth. They've been conversing. They've been they've had their little debate. And they've gotten along, but I guess she's thinking that we're all missing that her being disrespectful to her co-host. My thing is this: all for different. I'm all for differences of opinion. That if you don't agree with politically, that's okay. But we can come to a common ground and basically be respectful. That my views are different than yours. Nutmeg has not figured. Yeah, I don't call her Megan McCain, because the bitch is crazy. But my thing is, to me, she seems to not be respectful of other people's opinion. If they don't agree with her, but I'm just trying to explain how the conservative people think. We don't give a fuck, quite frankly. I don't give a fuck. Your conservative view is completely out of touch with the rest of reality. You're a privileged, rich white girl,
right,
who is fake of your father, who you continuously remind us of every chance you get. And the only reason why a lot of us won Arizona was because of your mother. The Democrats, because her mother became. She helped flip Arizona, and Arizona is now a blue state. So I'm not excited for her to come back. Like, I'll watch and I'll see this, but I just feel like we're just gonna go back to the same. Well, hello. We have a little technical issues. EJ, are you there? Do we have you in the room? Are you back? Ooh, let me fix my curl.
I'm here. Whew, sorry everyone. We had some issues. Wait, where did you go? Hold on.
Where did you go? I don't see
Okay.
you.
All right. I'm here. Okay.
Is your camera on?
Yes. You don't see me? Oh Lord. Well, let's just keep going. I see, and I'm on the screen here online. Or chat in the box, but I see myself here, and you can hear me. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to introduce the person that's waiting on the line here. He said he has to go deliver some books. She is booked and busy, so we're going to get her into the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Delvon Johnson. Every week, you can on Facebook with his coach, and they do Fashion in the Fast Lane each and every Thursday. 12 p.m. on Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Delvon Johnson.
Hi, guys.
Okay, there we go.
How are you?
Hola. Yeah, we don't see. Wait, what happened?
Well, he's there.
Is it? All I see is myself in a purple box. Hold on a second.
Oh, now I see Eric,
Okay,
but I don't
some
see.
little issues here. Let me see. Okay, there you go. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Yes, Delvon. Okay, so yeah, we got you.
Yay, we're all here.
You guys see me?
I was refreshed.
Oh no. You can't see me, Chris?
I see you now. I just said I had to refresh the computer.
All right, guys. This is we're live. Right, we're live. I'm producing this live and stuff, so there's a lot of technicalities going on in the background. Delvon Johnson, welcome to the show, Delvon. What's up?
Oh my God, I miss you guys so much. How have you been?
We've been good.
Yes.
I know you met Chris before. You guys met each other, right?
I'm not sure. Have we met?
We probably seen each other in passing, but I don't remember.
Yes.
You know, drinks and things. Wait, did we ever meet through? I'm wondering. We probably met through. I mean, I don't know. Does he know Cisco?
Oh, everyone knows Cisco, honey. Yes.
Oh, I mean, we're not gonna go there, but we probably. I don't know. We probably met within the same circles, but you know, child, this memory of mine.
Oh gosh.
Let me shut up. Let me not be messy. Been messy this whole show.
I take it he's not one of your favorites either.
No, actually, like when did I saw Cisco a while ago. We were it was in passing. We're cordial. I know there's a couple of people, you know, have their issues. I've heard the stories.
Straight up, he can't stand me. I'll just be straight up with you, honey.
Oh, and we had, you know, there was once upon a time we did before all of this, before this show and the podcast and stuff, we did a show together, and it was cute for what it was, but then it didn't last long because, you know, I ain't talking about it live. We'll talk behind the scenes. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Delvon, so you are live with us here in the studio. I want to thank you once again for putting us in your busy schedule. To the book, I want you, I guess, introduce yourself to the audience. You know, put your name out there and let us know what you've been up to since this pandemic. It's been a year. You know, you live in a area, so we're kind of all connected on the East Coast. Been just quarantining. Tell us a little about your last year and how it led up to where you are, and then we'll get into the book.
Well, the last year it's been crazy, actually. I've been trying to, I guess, keep myself under control because, you know, if you know me, I'm outgoing. I'm always on the move. I'm always, you know, and because of the pandemic, it kind of slowed down a whole lot. But for the most of the year, I was pretty much working on editing the book. And then I was kind of dilly dallying, like not really focused as much as I should be. And around November, I was just like,
Right.
you know what? Let me just go full throttle and get this done. So I punched it, and then of course, we had the talk show, which was on hiatus. It was between, I would say, like February and September. We were on hiatus because of the pandemic too, and then we came back in September. So the show used to be every day. But with our
Right.
schedule, we put the book out, everything happened, and now it's every Thursday, which is better because doing a show every day is hard. I did it for we did the show every day for it'll be 4 years, so it was really intense. Like jumping in clothes and makeup and and knowing what to say and what's going on and what's the hot topics, what's the content, what's the production. So it was just a lot. So every week is a little bit lighter on us now. And with the pandemic and me, like I said, I have to deliver books. Oh yes, I get my little truck and I have to go drop. Well, those to those that are close, because it's a better royalty because I can order my. Say again.
So I hope so that they're the ones that are like close to you in passing as we were like coordinating the show. I was like, I hope you're driving.
Oh, but you thought I was
you're driving because it's snow and some places not cleaning. So, girl, I don't know.
Yeah,
no.
And you want to know something? I want to jump in here for a second. I'm glad you brought that up about doing a show every day, because I don't think people realize how crazy and hectic it is coming up with putting a show together. Like, people think you could just jump on the line. Look at me, shameless self-promotion, my other show on the line. But people think it's easy to just jump on and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just talk. Like, no, there's a lot of work that goes into it. You gotta do a pre-production, you gotta sit down and have a meeting, you gotta decide what topics you want to talk about, what topics you don't want to talk about, what fits good, because I'm doing so many shows between this show, On the Line, my podcast, and I have another show that's coming in April with 2 other people that I've been testing the waters with, and people love the interaction between us. We're doing a show down the road. So trying to figure out which topics fit in certain criteria of what you're doing is how you make a show work. And then having the energy and the mindset to even perform when you're on camera. You don't realize how much work goes into putting together a show. So I definitely feel your pain when you talk about that's why we like, there's times where I have to take a mental break. And after this show, EJ and I are taking a 2-week sabbatical, and then we're coming back to finish the rest of Wednesday Night Kiki, because it's a lot between him producing, me coming up with the topics, me having a talk for hours on end, having the energy to do that, and then you're working a job outside of that to help fund this situation. It's just a lot that goes into it. So it takes its toll after a while.
Yeah. I mean, I love it.
Me too.
The fashion, etc. Its legacy. It started because we had a radio show. We were doing an interview for Fashion in the Fast Lane, which is my company. It's multimedia, and we were doing like press, and these producers at the studio was like, "You guys should have a radio show." So we did a radio show for a year, and what we didn't know was while we were on the radio, we were being webcam. So people would say, "Oh my God, we see you and you're so funny," and blah, blah. And I'm like, "What do you mean you see us?" I'm thinking, I didn't know that we were being recorded. So that's how the show was actually developed. Because I was like, well, you know what? If they're with the camcording us, why don't we just create a talk show? And we never looked back. And that was like, it's been going for 4 years. And I love it. I love what I do. It gives me a platform to run my mouth. Only thing is, EJ, I need you guys' insight, because I don't know what is going on in the LGBT community.
Well, child, we got some stories today.
And let me tell you, I just got contracted to work on to write for a magazine as a contributor as an LGBT writer. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm not even in the mix anymore, so I don't know
what magazine is
going on. So I need some insight.
What magazine is it? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, it's called Diva Dynasty magazine.
Oh.
So it's
Okay.
a small publication. I believe it's online.
Mhm.
And they want a contributor from the LGBT community. But I just haven't really been involved. So I'm like,
Right.
should I just be, writing what I want to write because I'm gay and I'm in the LGBT community, or should I write topics about the LGBT community? Because I did have my, drama amongst the stars at one point, which was like a gossip column, but I could talk about stuff because I was in the mix, and now I'm really not. I'm more in the mainstream mix than I am in the LGBTQ mix.
Or you could just
Now
put
it's changed to the
an LGBT perspective on certain topics. Maybe that
right.
could be what they're looking for, unless they just want, okay, so what's going on with Big Frida or Cakes the Killer or anybody else who's in the out music community or film community. It is hard to try to find topics within our community to talk about because there's not a lot going on. I mean, you hear stories about, okay, Ross Matthews is
Yeah, I
engaged.
agree.
So
Yeah, it's not a lot going on.
it's not. I mean, we do have some stuff to talk about this B-Boy Blues movie. I'm sure you heard about.
What is that about? I want to know. Oh my goodness.
Samson McCormick is apparently
Mm.
fighting with Jussie Smollett, saying that they kicked him off the movie and they're not giving him a credit and a whole bunch of. We're gonna talk about it in this episode.
Ooh, oh.
We got some receipts and things.
That's
'Cause
good.
I didn't hear a lot of people talking about it, but I mentioned it on another show that I do, and EJ gagged, and so him and DJ were researching and looking up things, and certain people would talk about it, and they found clips here, and I took some screenshots from Samson's Facebook, and he was being vague about it. So I'm like, okay, we're trying to stitch things together. So I guess we'll just go based on what he's giving us and speculation.
Wow.
Ciao. An investigative journalism here. So Delvon, you and your show that you do every week with Yvonne, which I love. So you said you guys started this show off of the radio show, and as you guys can see, like what you guys would get every Thursday, like the minute you tune in, they're always putting on the lip gloss. They're always, trying to one up each other. Like you guys are a fun bunch. Like, so that's the one thing that I do love about fashion in the fast lane, etc. Like you guys really know how to bring fun. And I was introduced to your friend of mine, Tomas Bell, who followed you guys on Facebook, and he came by to our apartment one day. He was like, "Oh no, you got to watch this show. You got to watch this show." And I'm like, "What show you talking about?" He's like, Delvon. I was like, "Yeah, of course I know Delvon. I watched this show." So he put it on, and ever since then, like you have been a staple in our house. Clearly, we're always kikiing. You were the first place I went to. Speaking of Samson, you were the first place I went to drop the news about my situation with him.
Yeah.
And clearly,
oh my God. Oh.
Okay, and clearly, she's in more drama, so I wasn't alone. But yeah, so I just wanted to say that, like, I'm so happy of your success and proud of you. We've known that for quite some time, and one thing we always say, me and DJ, when we think about like Delvon is a hustler. Like that man definition of hustling. Like you had your first book, Love Yourself First, and now you got this. I think this is your third book, right? This is your third book. Explain a little bit about that.
So this is it, Invisible Rain. Wait a minute, let me get this together here. Okay, there we go. Invisible Rain. And it's they're all continuations. So Love Yourself First, then there's Mirror Mirror, and then there's Invisible Rain. And it is a continuation. As what happened was I never stopped writing. So when Love Yourself First came out, I was still writing because I had a feeling that it was all of these different things were going to take me into different elements and open other doors. So I wrote like 4
Absolutely.
books at once. Like I just kept going from like 2008 to 2012, before 13. And then what I did was I would just edit and update. So like, for example, back in 2008, of course, there wasn't Uber. So I had to go back and put Uber in the book and, you know, make it more relevant. And it really did happen. I started doing wardrobe styling, and I started into the fashion industry, and I started doing write-ups for different shows and all that. And so it really opened up a whole lot more. And then the show came along and all of that. So the 3 books, like I said, they're all continuations, but they all stand alone, so you can still enjoy them without having to read all 3 of them. I kind of made it like that so that people are able to still maybe just buy 1 book and still be able to enjoy it. And the feedback that I'm getting so far for those who have read it, they're really enjoying it. Its premise is about domestic violence. Invisible Rain. So it's about a young lady. She not so much I'm gonna punch you in the face all the time kind of domestic violence, but more of like a manipulative situation. So she has a husband. The husband has a lot of money. And he controls her with the money. Meanwhile, he's out doing whatever he wants to do and getting down on the down with women, men, you name it. He's doing it.
Oh.
And at the in the mix of it, you know, there's some familiar characters in there and all kinds of stuff is going on, and she's, you know, getting revenge. And what's so funny is so this is how far this goes back. When I was editing it, someone from my past that we really don't get along anymore, but I can't remember the person's name. They had really long hair, and they were a TV personality too, or radio, a personality. Was it Reese or Maurice? Maurice was their name.
Okay. I think Maurice.
Dark skin. Yes, Maurice Renee. So Maurice Renee was the DJ's in the book, I think.
Oh,
and
wow.
Maurice Renee was in the book, and I was like, oh no, I have to change this. This is not right. She cannot be in my book. It's just so funny over the years how people that you were once, you know, involved with, and you know, are no longer there. They're no longer involved. Nathan's another one, believe it or not.
Wow.
I mean, Nathan, I can't even look at Nathan's face at this point. You know how close I was to him.
Yeah.
That was the tea I wanted to give you.
Oh.
I'm not sure if people. Yeah, I'm not sure if people know that, but Nathan it did a whole lot, and it came back. Yep, it came back. Oh, it came back. Ironically, through first of all, the one guy that was publishing Love Yourself First, because you know initially when the first book was my goal when the first book was to come out was to get a book deal, and apparently Nathan was supposed to be initiating this whole thing, and apparently on the back end he was telling the publisher guy that was his name was Lester that I was just out for money and not to trust me and all this stuff, and I mean all the while, you know, me and Nathan were really close. So I mean, it was impossible, and I really had to stop, and I had to get away from Nathan. Like it was really bad. And DJ introduced me to Nathan. DJ was like my beginning into
DJ's fault.
The LGBT community. Like I met DJ on a all white boat ride, and I was doing my first event, and Karen Hunter was supposed to be the keynote speaker, but she didn't show up, and DJ introduced me to Nathan, and he ended up doing it. But Nathan is a habitual liar, and oh my God, it was a nightmare from hell, and I can't. He's blocked on all my social media. Like I can't even. It is really bad, really bad. Just to think that a friend that was that close to me.
Yes, I'm living for the exclusives. Continue.
Oh yeah, I think I was gonna bring you some. some tea, and that's a biggie.
Wow.
So now he's up in
Wow.
Pennsylvania somewhere or
Well,
something.
Mhm.
Up in the mountains or somewhere.
wow.
Yeah.
Mountains,
Not
wow.
doing much of anything, from what I can tell. Oh, am I being shady? Oh gosh. I haven't been around my people in so long, so now it's making me cut up a little bit.
We like when they
Yeah,
we love when y'all
it's
cut
a
up on
beat.
that.
Oh gosh.
Well,
So yeah, I'm excited.
so do you have a couple more minutes to stay on hot topics with us, or do you battle?
Yeah, I could talk a little bit longer.
We got some fashion stuff too.
All right, perfect.
Oh,
Yes,
what fashion?
Yes, we got some fashion.
You know, it was
Well, we're gonna
New York
talk
Fashion Week was last week,
about.
and I think also wasn't it London Fashion Week as well. But honey, did you hear the story about Andre Leon Talley being evicted?
No, y'all are giving me tea for tomorrow for my show, honey. Wait a minute.
So apparently, yes, Vogue legend Andre Leon Talley is being dragged out of his $1 million New York home by the former CEO of Manolo Blahnik, who alleges the former editor is $500,000 behind in his rent. So Talley has dramatically fallen out with his former close friend, high-powered shoe exec George Malcolmus, who expanded Manolo Blahnik in the U.S. and more recently partnered with SJP on her SJP collection. So Malcolmus has now launched legal action against Talley in a bid to get him out of the palatial White Plains property. So now what they're also saying is Talley has long insisted that the historic 11-room colonial home with sumptuous gardens in 75 Worthington Road is his own, telling the New York Times in 2018, "It is my sanctuary." Well, honey, apparently it's not, because the man who runs the Manolo Blahnik situation wants your ass out.
Wow.
So $500,000 behind in the rent.
He better call Anna Wintour back and get a job back or something.
Anna ain't got time for him. She's looking for, something young and fresh so she could put a Kardashian or somebody with no talent on the cover of that magazine. Now, I used to live for Vogue. Vogue was everything. Vogue was the fashion. But now, I don't know what's happening with that old crow with the bowl cut, because she's out here putting buffoons on the cover of Vogue. So the magazine is not what it was anymore.
No, I was subscribed to Vogue last year, and I discontinued it because it was so foolish. I didn't like it. And did Andre Leon Talley get some type of dip and tuck or something, because he looks different. He was at a show
for Fashion
Week. Huh?
Is he skinny now?
He looked really different. Like, I don't know what was going on, if he got like surgery or what, but he was at a event, and it's called Emerge for Fashion Week, which I saw. I saw the coming attraction. It was a picture of him, but it didn't look like him. He's a big guy. He didn't look big, and he didn't look like him. I was like, okay. And I've met him before, so me seeing him on this flyer, I was like, oh my, okay. They either put the wrong person up or something is definitely wrong.
Is he running around still wearing my grandmother's curtains?
I don't think he can fit your curtains anymore.
No, because he likes to wear muumuus and shit when he's out.
Yeah,
in the street. Like,
I do too. In the summertime, I have mine in the summer, but
he just looks a mess in it. So they said that he also made episodic payments over time, dictated by his income flow, totaling approximately $1,075,558 by January of last year. So I don't know what he's gonna do. And if you don't have the money to be, I don't know. He just seems like someone who likes to live beyond his means, and has been accustomed to a certain lifestyle due to the career that he's been given, being the editor at large over at Vogue. So now that whole thing is gone, maybe he's mentally not. It hasn't wrapped his head around the fact that, maybe you need to downsize a little bit, because if you don't have the money to afford this 17-bedroom palace. Maybe you need to downsize to a 1-bedroom penthouse in Midtown.
Right. But you know how we are. We have to be,
Yeah, I know.
all this needs to be going on, honey.
Exactly.
Especially somebody of that caliber. Oh my God, it'd be unheard of. Unheard of to have a 3-bedroom penthouse in Manhattan. Oh my God, I'm Andre Leon Talley, darling.
I know. Giving me Bevy Smith with the whole darling and all that other stuff. So yeah, it says that she thought. Well, Dijon says she thought the house was paid for by the people she worked for, a home stipend that obviously was for food and traveling. Well, it's like, well, the house was pretty much owned by the guy who runs Manolo Blahnik, and I guess after the falling out, he's like, well, you gotta go. So technically, he didn't own the house. I mean, if your name's not on the deed, you don't own it.
No.
So, EJ, anything you want to add? Anything?
Yeah, my camera child. No, I just think it's a hot mess. I agree with you. Leon thing likes to live outside her means, and she's still curled up in blankets. So I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Okay, so moving right along, let's talk about this whole B-Boy Blues thing, because I know we've probably been having people wait long enough for this story. So we were wondering, EJ and I, what was going on with the whole B-Boy Blues movie. We were trying to find out what the budget was. We heard they stopped filming in December after they started shooting in October. And I was like, yay, Jussie is finally getting his life together after the whole cycle in Chicago. Yes. And he's directing, and he's like going behind the scenes, because being on camera, I guess Hollywood ain't trying to mess with him right now. So retreat behind the scenes. They can't fuck with you until you start promoting the film and all that other stuff. So then we started hearing this story where I mentioned that I had sourced, because I belong to a lot of groups on Facebook, but someone wrote, what happened to Jussie Smollett? And I was like, he's directing a movie, B-Boy Blues. And someone wrote in the comments, oh, he's stealing movies from people. I'm like, what? Stealing movies? Like, what the hell are you talking about? So I started doing a little digging, doing some research. There was a link. Went to Samson McCormick's page, and a whole bunch of, well, not a lot of stuff popped up, but he's about how he wants to go back, and how he was supposed to get a role or something. We do have a brief clip that EJ managed to pull where he's explaining it to another, but I was still relatively confused by what was going on. Can we roll that clip?
Oh.
Yeah.
It's going to take us
up now.
Technology. I don't know. Was I talking too fast to give you time to set up?
It's live production.
Okay, how long do you need? Because I can keep talking.
He ain't on an MSNBC budget.
Oh,
but you know.
Wait,
it's loading.
I have a question.
What's the
Who was Samson in the movie?
Go ahead.
Good question, because apparently he didn't get a role. He said he went up for a role. Maurice Mitchell, DS video. What's that? You need to send me that. Oh, so I don't know. Basically, they were saying that Jussie, and I'm gonna talk until you let me know when you pull it up. But I'll continue to set up. So he says basically Jussie and James, saying James Earl Hardy, who wrote the book, iced Samson out of this film in the filmmaking process. Samson had a contract and Zoom videos of all their meetings prior to. Now, Jussie went around saying on the set, bad-mouthing Samson for reasons nobody knows about. And Samson showed up at the set in New York and noticed how he seemed unwelcome. He was asked to leave because of COVID, so he left. Came back with a gift for the writer. James had already had, I guess, and he noticed all the cast and crew was still there. So he asked around to certain people where they asked to leave, and everyone was said no. Then it became clear to him they only asked him. He was promised a role and was replaced, but nobody told him. He just saw someone on set whom he didn't recognize, so he asked the guy who he was and told him that the character's name was the same character that Samson was up for. So I guess he was promised a role or something or another, and then he also said that he's got a producer or an executive producer credit, and they pretty much iced him out, and he's talking about how he wants his money back and this, that, and the third. So it's just a whole confusing mess that I'm still trying to understand what the hell's going on, because Samson has said stuff on his Facebook page, but has not been. He's been vague, and I feel like if somebody has stolen something from you, I need you to be open and upfront about the tea, what's
I've
going
been
on, so you can
all the way
understand
up.
what's going on.
All the way up. But I don't see. Okay, I've read B-Boy Blues. James is a great friend of mine. I auditioned for the play.
Oh, you
Which,
did?
yeah, oh yes, I was all involved, and I
You
was
gonna
supposed
play
to.
a little bit?
Yup, I was trying to get a little bit, and I think Reginald got it. Reginald Barnes got it over me. But James told me, that I was like the second person under the person that got the part or whatever. I was gonna actually try to do something, audition for
Movie?
for the movie, but I was just like, with the pandemic and all this going, I probably could have got a part, but I like, you see what's going on. I don't have time for the sauciness. Oh no, I just don't have the time. And I knew it was good. I had a feeling because I don't know, the cast that I saw didn't appeal to me as I read it in the book. So I was just kind of like, and then even the wardrobe. No, I was just
You talking
like,
about, you talking about for the movie?
yeah. Like I saw clips and pictures, and I was just like, this does not look like it's playing up to what the book was. To me, that was just what I saw. But then Lettucey was in it, and there was a whole bunch of other people. And
The only people I'm aware of that's a part of it that are familiar names is Lettucey and Bryant. And Bryant, because he's an out music artist, he's the only one that I'm aware of. Dijon, I'm gonna check out the message that you just sent me on my phone. But yeah, we're gonna run to that clip. And I need y'all that are watching, if y'all know, or even you, Delvon, I need y'all to fan out to James Earl Hardy and find out this tea, because we need to know. The people want to know.
yeah.
And I waited maybe a day, and Jesse FaceTimes me, and he says, "I don't know how to tell you this, but you didn't get the role. But maybe we can include you in the press releases." And I said, "Well, you definitely need to include me in the press releases as the."
I'm unmuted. Okay, so that damn thing was freezing. EJ, I need you to come in and explain to people what is going on, because just give the cliff notes. Oh, I seen this the thing he was sending me is of someone by the name of Maurice Mitchell. And something or another. So it's your baby daddy on the video. Damn, y'all just had a baby and you pregnant with another one. His head game better than mine. And sent me a video of a dude sucking
What?
on his
Wait.
Child, I'm gonna send this to you. But let's focus on this right now. Go ahead.
No, from the that was Samson McCormick talking about he was stifled from Jussie Smollett. Apparently, Jussie promised him something, and then he stifled him and told him you'll be in a press release. And Samson is apparently the executive producer, so that's why everyone's looking at this like kind of fishy. Like, how are you the executive producer, but you're cut out of certain roles? And so we don't know what we don't know. But we do know one is claiming something, and everyone else is moving on as business as usual. No one else has said anything. We found this on a YouTube channel, and then obviously put the pieces together with all the gossip via Lipstick Alley and all the other searching and Facebook posts. So this started back in last month, January. So now into March this coming week. So like It's still relatively new. I mean, that's when they'll get posted and stuff. So at this moment, I guess we have to wait and see. You know, but this also could be a PR stunt too. You know, the movie needs press. No one's talking about the movie right now. You know, I was curious on why, if this thing really happened, then why didn't like Williams or someone pick up on this? And clearly, you know, this is not, I guess, I don't know. That's where I'm looking at this from a different thing. Like if this was that
speaking on anything LGBT, we don't need her speaking on our behalf about anything in our community. As quiet as it's kept, as especially the way she likes to use us for her own gain and talk shit about gays, especially when she made that comment that gay men should not be wearing dresses like they were invented specifically.
That's my point. That's what I was saying. Like she really hates Jussie, so this would be something that would go along someone like her. And that's why I was kind of curious on why she's not, you know, because people want to see his downfall. Let's be honest. You know, people still think he's a criminal, even though, you know, we still have yet to see anything come from it. And so it's interesting. But that's all I know so far. So if anyone knows any more, you guys could tweet us, tweet Delvon, let us know the tweet, buddy. Yes.
But the people want to know. I'm still relatively confused about what's going on with this whole topic. And my thing is, if you are an executive producer, I mean, I want to see the receipts. There's got to be some paperwork. There had to be some. I mean, I don't think this is just some, you know, Broadway production, like just some low rent, low budget Vivica Fox starring black movie that they're putting out. That's going to end up on one of those streaming services. This is not some $2 low budget movie. I'm sure this is something that, you know, a lot of stuff. And this is going to, isn't it going to Amazon? So I'm sure there was a lot of I's dotted, T's crossed. Like they're not playing when it comes to a streaming service like Amazon and all these other people. So if there was some situation where you were iced out, where's the paperwork? I'm talking something beyond a Zoom video. So I need a little more on this. Like if you, I mean, yeah, I need more. Well, you said I wonder how Wendy Williams' Norman feels about her shading our community. I'm sure Norman's just happy he's getting a check, and I'll leave it at that. Delvon, you have anything to share? I mean, you did say you know. Oh, I think your audio's off. Yeah, you are mute. EJ, do you have it muted? Still muted. Hello. I don't try exiting out and then coming back in because I don't know what's going on with EJ right now. And there he is. Honey, stop sipping and unmute him, please.
What?
Delvon is muted.
Oh, is he?
He said he is. I mean, he can't talk. I mean, he can talk, but we don't hear him.
I don't have him muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay.
I don't know what happened. But yeah, I want to know. I really do want to know what's. I'm definitely gonna talk about this in the show tomorrow. Because first of all, I want to know who Samson was supposed to be. Who is Samson in the show?
He's not even in the cast photo.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to figure out who in the world. Who was he supposed to be? He couldn't be Pookie. Well, no.
Oh, no.
I don't.
Who he kissing with them teeth?
Oh no! I gotta. You know what? I'm getting ready to leave. I can't with y'all.
No, I'm done. You know what?
Oh my goodness!
Welcome to Wednesday Night Kiki, everyone.
It is certainly a Kiki, I must say.
Girl. Oh no, ma'am.
So who was? I read the book. I listened. He was one.
Right, me too. One of my favorite books.
Right.
Like, yeah.
So
I
don't know who he would have been.
Would
Yeah,
he have
me
been like?
either.
Would he? I mean, I don't know if I could see him possibly playing Pookie's best friend, but no, because then Pookie didn't have like an older best friend. Like to me, when the characters they're playing like people in their late 20s, right? Well, Pookie was early 20s. He was like what, 20, 21, and Little Bit was like mid to late 20s, I believe, if I remember correctly, because it's been so long since I read the book. Like, I remember growing up as a child in the 90s. That was like, well, a teenager in the 90s, I'll say. That was like one of the books that, I mean, I had a best friend, Shamik, who read Elin Harris. He read all these different, all those Terry McMillan. He was, every time I saw him, he was reading a book. So it was always Terry McMillan and Elin Harris, that sort of thing. And then one day, I believe he came in with this B-Boy Blues book, and it was the first time I'm like, wait, what is that? Especially with the cover of this exact cover. I have that exact book, that and Second Time Around. Those are the only two books I've actually read from the James R. Hardy, B-Boy Blues franchise. And I remember seeing that book cover. I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? And it was like the first time I was introduced to Black men loving up on each other and sex and drama and all the other stuff was going on. I was like, wait a minute, I've never been exposed to this world. And it mentioned places that I actually had had the luxury, thank God, of hanging out at before they all went away. Like we had Chi-Chi's and Two Potato and all those different places that were around in the West Village, Black bars. We just saw the thug types and so many different types of Black men that were in these establishments. Now all they have left in the West Village is the hangar. But I'm actually looking forward to seeing this movie. I hope the movie is good, but I just hope that this opens the door to
someone says here, I heard Jussie Smollett is going to be in an upcoming Marvel movie as an out superhero. I don't know if it's real or fake. Well, that will be interesting. I
have heard the only out superhero movie that I have heard that's coming out is there's the Eternals with Angelina Jolie and Salma Hayek and a whole bunch of other people. The two characters from Game of Thrones. I think his name is Robert Tyree Henry is playing I think that's his name. I may have the first name wrong. I'm not sure.
Atlanta?
Yeah. Huh?
Atlanta?
I think so. He's from that show. I haven't seen Atlanta in so long, but I think he is on that show. But anyway, he's playing an openly gay superhero god in that movie, and Haas Sleeman is playing his husband in the movie. So he's married to a Muslim. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. That's the only superhero movie that I know about that features an out character. But as far as Jussie Smollett is concerned, the only thing I think he has on the docket right now is directing B-Boy Blues.
Well, that and getting this case off his name, honey, because you got to free Jussie because held hostage long enough.
He ended a whole he ended a whole movement. But you know what? I have an issue with Lee Daniels. Where is Lee Daniels? I don't know if you guys watched my the season where when Empire was going crazy, and all I kept saying is, where is Lee Daniels? Because my attitude with that is. All these people are going like it's like they're getting blackwashed and black listed and all this stuff through Lee Daniels. I think Lee Daniels is the snake in grass. Like from Monique,
I can believe
all these people ain't lying. And Lee Daniels is one of the girls and very shady, honey.
Well, he hangs with Oprah and Tyler Perry, so
So the shade with him is, and then when everything was happening, if you notice, he just kind of disappeared. So every time I came on my show with hashtag, where's Lee Daniels? And now he's working on the what's the singer, Lady Sing the Blues lady.
Oh yeah,
Oh, it's about
coming
the
out.
movie with Andra Day, where they're making a movie about Billie Holiday. I remember when I was watching the interview, she kept mentioning Lee. I'm like, Lee Daniels? He did that movie?
He's producing it.
I do want to see
He's
that movie.
producing that.
Yeah.
I saw him on
it's
CNN with Don Lemon talking about it.
Yeah, it's coming on Hulu. I'm looking forward to seeing that movie. And
I'm not looking well. I'm happy that it's being made, and I like the young lady that's playing the part. But I don't like Lee Daniels. It's something very shady about him to me.
Yeah, I could definitely. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Whatever the situation is with Jesse, he'll face the consequences of his actions. I do feel like this is just some bullshit that Chicago is running with. Whether or not he's guilty, I'm like, it's nothing as bad as what the Chicago PD has been doing to people of color for years. So just because you lied and got hung with a fake ass, with a rope and was getting fucked by two Africans, because I think that's what really happened. Justin was out here laying it on, spreading it wide with two damn Africans. He went lied and said they were Trump supporters.
Everybody has their interpretation of what happened. I honestly have no idea. I don't even understand the story. Like,
me either.
All I know is
he got turned out by that good old Zamunda dick. That's what it was. He got turned out by that old Zamunda dick.
But if that's what it was, then why didn't he just say that's what it was?
Because I think at the time he was in a relationship.
Oh, okay.
You know what?
But it would have been better to just.
Go ahead.
No, I would have said it would. I would have just been more to get all that scrutiny in the press and lose my opportunity with Empire and all of this stuff and all the stuff that I would just have took the situation with the Zamunda band, been honest with the boyfriend I'm with, and kept it moving. I just feel like it's more to it. And then Lee Daniels was on the sidelines, like seriously, like how? And then you kick him off the set. The whole show was just way off track last season. It was just ridiculous. He wasn't there, and he was an integral part of the damn show. So I was like,
I agree. You've been very strong with that theory about Lee Daniels, and I agree. Okay, so I think this is what happens. I think I agree with you too, Chris. I think it was a hookup. My theory is that it was a hookup, and it was he also did a little drugs, and I think that's what it boils down to. I think Jesse was doing some drugs, whether it be Molly or whatever, and he don't want to reveal it. And those people was obviously his connect, and then I don't know how. The question is, how did it get from there to where it's at now? And then, like you said, where did Lee Daniels fall into this? Because it's all about that check. The check that they got of $3,000. Of Jussie giving them to do workouts, and then when they fly back home in Nigeria, when you do the currency change, the currency of the $3,000 check is $3 million in Nigeria because of our high currency value here. Thank God it's still the same after this orange sociopath. Our currency is still strong, because the girl's trying to move, honey. But now he's in limbo. His career is staying for the rest of his life unless he gets this off his record. He gets this a sponge, because technically he was supposed to be in jail for 70 years for doing the same thing that every other Karen that we have seen since Central Park on has been doing. So it's like, if that's the case, every Karen that calls the police for fraudulent, for false things should be in jail right next to Jussie for 70 years or more. But we can't have a conversation though. So that's what I'm at. Like, on one hand, I think it was something sketchy. On the other hand, he deserved what he got. This man was a racist / terrorist. Clearly, we know that now. So did he do anything wrong, really? What did he do? He called out someone who's a white supremacist. I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, Correct me if I'm wrong, So that's why I stand.
And he's a sweetheart. I met him in real life. And I was working with Patrick and Poke on something years ago. And this is before. Huh?
Was it the skinny?
Yes. And it was a film. It was a film. A part of it that was a segment that was in Gay Pride or something. And he had to come up, and I had my books, and he came and looked at the book or whatever. He was a nice guy, and I don't know. The way that they're depicting him in the public is just ridiculous. It's like it's just so confusing. Like, he set himself up with a noose. Like, seriously, like, come on, let's be serious.
Dijon, she was starting around and she didn't want to pay the children. Dijon. Yeah, I agree. Like, and there was also rumors that like that Jussie and Patrick Ian Park was dating at one point around the time of the skinny. So Jussie has a thing for men. So could he been dating Lee Daniels too and things went awry? Who knows what happened? But the point of the matter is
Daniels.
Thank you. And the point of the matter is that there is
even though she married to a white man, they love to occasionally dip into their own kind every now and again.
I just feel really bad for like this. Jussie has been an actor since he was a young little kid, like, and for this to go the way it did, like, no one deserves this, and I think at that time in this country, we were all angry. We wanted to see someone prosecuted, especially during the whole Bill Cosby, R. Kelly thing. Like, I think it was a regurgitation, and I mean, this show is getting a whole little different direction, but we could go on this topic for, but clearly a man's name was slandered, and we have to do everything we can as an LGBTQ community, whether you like them or not, to make sure that this doesn't happen ever again to anyone else in this country. And that's what I have to say.
I totally agree. And on that note, I gotta go. It's almost 9 o'clock.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Wednesday Night Kiki. We want to thank Devon once again. Chris, you have anything to say before he heads out?
I just want to say thank you for coming on and being such a great sport. I feel like, no shade to all of our previous guests, but you were just engaging, you were entertaining, you was going along with the shade, you was even giving something. And those are the type of guests we like on this show. Someone who plays well with others and is willing to just get down the dirt and get messy with us.
Yeah.
Yes, listen, that's what I have to do every week. I have to do it myself. So I'm already used to it. I'm loving it. And I'm happy you guys had me on. The book is on Amazon for anyone who wants to get a copy of it. No, I'm not delivering into Manhattan. I will ship, but I will not drive. I'm not paying that toll.
Okay. There you guys go. The book Invisible Rain is on Amazon. Shout out to Delvon Johnson. Shout out to Yvonne. You could catch him every Thursday. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. You can catch them every Thursday at 1 p.m. Fashion Midday at 7. Thank you so much once again, Delvon. We appreciate you coming here. You're welcome to come back any other time. Let's kiki, have a moment. I will be watching you live tomorrow on Facebook live. I'm sure Chris will be tuning in. I know he has to probably work tomorrow, but he'll put it in, save it in your bookmark. Kiki about this kiki. And if you get any more information,
I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it.
Yes. And if you get any more information, you better hit me up and contact her.
Okay, and you get vice versa, because I need some topics about the LGBTQA VDDLLL community.
Actually, Chris does the site tribe.com, and he does a lot of LGBTQ reporting on there. So if you really need a quick dabble, you could check on there. Let me see if I can put the link up here. Yeah, you see it right here on the screen. TRVBE.com. TRVB. Tribe.com is the new site. Chris Avalon's writing on a lot. So I'm going to fill you in on that.
All right.
But thank you so much, Yvonne. Safe girl out there driving now.
I will. I'll be very safe. I'm good. I love you guys.
Love you too. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, guys. Yvonne and Yvonne.
And thank you for the shameless self-promotion, child, because that was fabulous. We need to cut that segment up so we could just put it on Instagram so the children can tune in for that whole B-Boy Blues clip. That is definitely the clip we need to put up. Yeah. And I can put it on Facebook so everybody can write and comment and maybe give us some tea as well. Because I'm trying to fan out and find out information. The gays, y'all be knowing the tea. Even if I can't get it, fan out and give it to me because I need it. But yeah, we got a lot of topics that we're going to talk about because I know we got some fashion review stuff. We're going to look at some pictures and give our comments on photos. So those of you who are watching, I definitely want y'all to tune in and give y'all perspective on the latest fashions because London Fashion Week happened. So I want to get some commentary on that. We got some tea on Erica Mena and Safari are fighting. I said it's a damn a new storyline for another tight ass Love and Hip Hop storyline. Lionel Richie is 71 years old dating a damn 30-year-old. We got some tea on that. Plus Kim Kardashian and the Kanye situation. Ciao. Now this ain't Pimp Mama Chris hard at work on trying to desecrate yet another black man. I don't know what it is. And stuff on 3 kids kicked out of a Catholic school over their mother having an OnlyFans. So we're gonna give our thoughts on that. And a whole lot more. I don't know. Do you want to go break and then come back with all that, or do you want to just go right in and talk about it?
I wouldn't put it past him, Dayton Lee Daniels. That's about Jussie right there. Yes, we got all that and so much more. We're about to take a quick break. And also, guys, when we come back, we're gonna kick it off.
Okay, my salad. Go ahead.
Chris is eating his greens, honey. We're gonna kick it off with trending stories, guys, and as Chris said, we're gonna cover the Kardashians, but also I have tea and in this story that's gonna make you guys gag. There was drama on a talk show, and it wasn't The View. I'm talking about The Real. So tune in for trending stories. And went down. We're gonna break that down, and also there's a drag queen, not from America, that's calling out social media. So you do not want to miss this trending stories. All that and so much more when we come back. Bye.
So she said very much in love with Jennifer Lopez, saying that he's drawn to her because she's a 51-year-old woman. Does she remind him of his mother of some sort? Because J-Lo was that age. Not only that, but Moni claims Lopez is just as intimate as they're having a secret affair. I really see that they've had a sexual relationship, adding that the pair talks about their deep love for one another all the time on the phone and on WhatsApp. Okay, girl. But she didn't stop there. Moni also alleged that in addition to being obsessed with J-Lo, Malone was also sexually attracted to both men. And always loved about makeup artists particularly, or people that work behind the scenes, whether it's hair, makeup, or even in any part of the beauty situation. When you work with celebrities, you get all the good tea from them as well, because they will dish it to you. I know, because I've been on many sets. But he'd be beating your face and stuff. And this is what they get. I'm not going to ask you any of that because we don't want to be that messy. But one of the questions I want to know, because you said you work with Deb Annie, do you think she a Trump supporter? Because that's the storyline they're trying to run with on that growing up hip hop. I don't believe it. I think it's a made-up storyline
for the show, and I found some other stuff. But this video was another video that explains, where she's at with it. Like, she keeps trying to. She's like Joe Biden, okay? She knows that the outside, the melting pot is brewing, and she's telling everyone, guys, calm down. And I think we have to listen to her at the same time, still protect her. That's what people really want, to just protect her. Like you said, he's been a conservative for ever, it feels like. And I think
over a decade.
Yeah. And hey everybody, welcome back to WNKIKITV. As you guys know, we do this every week, so sit back and relax, and let's take a look at this week's most trending stories.
Slow news week? Never. Here are this week's most trending stories. First up, we have the drama at the Kardashian. I mean, Calabasas, or whatever. So, Kim Ye are getting divorced. After filing the paperwork, it's official. The mega couple is no longer, and Yeezy is free from Chris John Jenner. I'm confused. Are you? Either way, we have the latest on this messy yet amicable, thus far, finale to this marriage, including the whereabouts of Kim K following the news of their split. Then, well, we have yet another explosive documentary to talk about, and this one explains what happened after she woke up and what led to her overdose prior. Yep, we're talking about the one and only Demi Lovato. The once Disney star, now turned international pop star, have finally came forward with her near-death experience, or experiences, shall we say, so hopefully that we don't have to. The singer broke down how she lived in a spiral of unsafe actions that led to her being relegated to a coma. Thus now living with severe damage due to her past. A riveting piece of work that will infamy for a generation of fans across the world. Next, we dive into one of the most intriguing stories of the week, and it has a lot to do with the world of drag and how the queens are being treated via social media, and it asks the question, are we ever going to be ready to have this conversation about the hate you give? Words matter, and Drag Race UK star Sister Sister breaks down on how her own fans wanted her dead. Mama Ru, come through, honey, and save the girls. And finally, drama on the real. Well, that's what it looks like. During a recent live episode of Fox 5 The Real, Daytime got a little personal when Lonnie Love prompted Garcelle to her about calling FaceTime during a pandemic and how she ain't always got time for her, period. Well, according to the gossip blogs and social media, the girls are carrying. And all I gotta say is Garcelle Bouvet, Shantae, you stay. And Lonnie, sashay away. Well, until next week, guys.
Week, y'all.
Oh, hold on. I was trying to clean my teeth before I came back on it because I was eating this good old salad, child.
Child, she was munching over there. Yes.
Honey, I have to say, week after week, I'm living for trending stories. Like, I'm just loving what you're doing with it. This is a segment that EJ came up with. He puts the time and effort putting the pictures in. I'm living for the little memes and gifs that you put in because you know I'm a meme queen. If y'all follow me on Facebook, you know I'm a meme queen. My
Yes, honey.
things. And y'all be having a kiki when y'all watch it. I mean, when you're looking at it. But I have to say, the trending stories, I'm living for it because I have no idea what trending stories he's going to come up with. And I just come on and just get my thoughts. So I'm living for it. And this is an integral part of Wednesday Night Kiki, and I'm living for this show. Thank you for the stories. So I'll give my opinions on a couple of them. The sister story. After you went and said what you said on that, I immediately went and looked for it and pulled it up so I can get more context of what's happening with that whole situation. But let's get into the whole Kim Kardashian situation. So according to People magazine, they said that although Kim and Kanye have been separated for months, it was still emotional for Kim to actually file for divorce. She spent the weekend taking care of herself and her kids. She's been spending time with her mother, her sisters, and hasn't been working. Everyone is supportive. Kim feels very lucky to be surrounded by her big family. Well, I'm glad she has the ability to do that, but unfortunately, her husband does not, because I don't know. I'm not even sure if his father's still alive. But we know what happened with Donda and the complications from the surgery that she went and had. And he doesn't have his family. And the good thing about, I guess the one thing you could say about Kim is that regardless of what happens in her life, she'll always have her family to have her back. She'll always have her sisters. And Kim, Pimp Mama Chris will always be there to pull, to enforce the narrative, because she has TMZ in her back pocket and all these other people. She has a way of getting to the media. So Kim is going to look like, oh, poor damsel in distress, while Kanye looks like the lunatic. Now, quiet as it's kept, I do believe the man has issues mentally, that he definitely needs to deal with a lot of his emotions, that he's going through a lot, and he needs to find a way of, getting that way. But she says that he wasn't willing to compromise. And compromise on what? Because what are you willing to compromise on? So I just said, you know what? Split. He got his shit, she got hers. Y'all can go y'all separate ways. You don't necessarily need each other's money, because combined y'all are billionaires, but separately, I'm sure, as they say, they're both billionaires. So, he can have them whenever he wants to have the visitations. Let Kim raise them kids with the nanny full time, because she ain't doing all that shit by herself. She has the big Armenian army behind her, and she's doing what she's doing. So, and I really feel like this is just a ploy to promote whatever stuff they have coming out, because they have the new shows heading to Hulu. So there's that.
Of course it is. I think that the whole conversation that they're doing it for TV is a little redundant at this point. That is their job. That is what they do for a living. And trust and believe, I was talking to DJ this morning about it. Once this is over, the minute things are signed, sealed, delivered, and a little time has gone by, she's gonna snap another bikini selfie or a topless photo or whatever. She's gonna continue to do what she do. This is her brand. This is her brand. This is his brand. Clearly, he wants to be a black Trumper, and clearly she wants to be, the 2021 version of Harriet Tubman. I guess I don't know, but point being is she, this is what they both signed up for. To be honest with you, she knew what she was getting when she got with him, and he knew what he was getting when he got with her. They both did it to build both of their brands, these are two people who are desperate for fame. Let's be honest, because Kanye could have stood as a behind the scenes producer. I didn't know about him until he came out with his first project, and knowing about his jaw being wired shut and all that stuff. I didn't know anything about him. Obviously, I'm assuming Jay-Z with Rockefeller had a bunch of producers, but he was one that wanted to be a star. He wanted to do his own thing. So, and he wanted to build this, Kanye is a narcissist. He's a sociopath. So, and Kim Kardashian has a little bit of those components too. But, they want to build this image, this world, this facade, and that's what Hollywood is about. None of the marriages ever last. It's all a fairy tale. It's all to pull people in, and it does feel like a ruse, but this is real life, unfortunately. And he fucked up, and now it's coming back to, I guess, bite him. But so did she by taking someone who was this far off the spectrum and thinking that he was going to change, and vice versa. You thought she was going to change into an evangelical, devout Christian, but that's not who she is. You met her from the seeing her on the sex tape, and that is what she sells, and that's just it, that's just how I see it,
I agree with that. You can't. It's on both ends. You can't change the spots on a leopard. Kim is who she is. Kim's entire brand is basically selling sex and constantly getting nips and tucks so she can keep the body right and tight. She's big on branding. Kanye is who he is with his music and being controversial, and I think she liked that because controversial Kanye brings, the keeps you trending. It keeps people talking about you in the media. So they've got what they needed from each other when they needed to get it. 7 years is definitely a nice long run. I feel like the only way Kim can be able to find real love is if she is to leave the industry altogether. Like, she has to give all this up and just live off her money.
But she's not.
Of course not. So until she's willing to give up a lot of these things, I'm so glad that you spelled it the way I always put his name up there, Kanye. They're gonna treat Kanye like a Herman Cain, a memory. I do wonder if he's gonna end up being like so many of the others in her past, like Chris Humphries or Reggie Bush and all these other men that she is, bulldozed throughout her career. Do you think that Kanye can, because he got the MAGA hat on, do you think he can bounce back from all of this?
Honestly, I think Kanye West's career is forever tarnished. And honestly, I think so is hers. I think the decision that they made is gonna be with both of them for a long time. Because in one hand, she was enabling him, and on the other hand, she was manipulated. Like, because if you watch the Kardashians, the latest, the last 2 seasons, they were revealing a lot, and it was a specific episode or scene where she was sitting down and her friend Jonathan was there, and then Kanye's in the room, and he's talking to her about all of his evangelical friends and how he wants his wife to look like that. Meanwhile, she's on the phone scrolling, and that was the episode when she was just like, "I'm not that person. I'm not." So he is very controlling. He wants to build this lifestyle, this white picket fence with someone who sells her body for a living. That's like someone trying to turn Pamela Anderson into something like that's Pamela Anderson. That's where she came from. That even after Baywatch, she went right back to what worked for her. Like, this is who.
I think maybe the analogy we're probably trying to say is trying to turn Pamela Anderson into Elizabeth Moss from Handmaid's Tale.
Right, there you go. That's a nice way of saying it, right? So on one hand, like I said, they've both done a lot of damage to each other because from a black community perspective, a lot of us have no respect for Kardashians and specifically Kanye now because the way he's really got dive deep into that sunken place. And then on the other hand, you got black folks who feel bad for him because, oh my God, they're doing this to him. Are they really doing this to him? This was a decision that he made. When he was with Amber Rose, he was daydreaming about Kim Kardashian. He was playing the porno tape, allegedly, according to Amber Rose. He was playing a tape in the background while they were having sex, looking at Kim Kardashian while he was having sex with Amber Rose. This man was infatuated with her. So he got with her. He built his brand, got her on the cover of Vogue magazine. Yes, he did that. That was a big fight.
Let's not forget this, that she was also thinking about Kanye when she was with Chris Humphries. When they on the verge of getting married, she was trying to figure out how to slither her way out of that relationship.
That's when
texting Kanye. So it was messy on both sides. And
that's what I'm saying.
I think they both saw this as an opportunity of trying to be the next Jay-Z and Beyonce. And Beyonce was like, "Oh no, ma'am, that's not happening. I'm the queen of the Illuminati."
That's exactly what it was. They did Jay-Z, Beyonce, but fashion. And Jay-Z, Beyonce is, the king, queen of music, and they wanted to be like fashion. Kanye with his Yeezys, her being the mannequin, getting paid thousands of dollars to post and wear stuff and it worked. We lived in that facade. We lived in that bubble for almost 20 seasons, but everything comes to an end. And nobody around him decided to help him get the help that he needs. I do think she had conversations with him, but at some point, again, he's a sociopath, so he's not going to listen to her. He didn't listen to her. He didn't listen to Chris Jong-un, and clearly they are controlling as much as he is. They are controlling because it's about a brand. When you're building a brand, any little thing can fuck up the money. And him doing records and talking about, my wife wanted to abort this or going on stage and doing this wannabe presidential runs and saying all this abortion stuff, that ruins the brand. That hurts the brand. She's trying to sell to women, and you're saying that she isn't she wanted to kill her daughter. Regardless of that, the semantics there, you got to see how this hurts the brand. And then on the other side, Kim Kardashian's trying to do Harriet Tubman, save the niggas, and then you got the men over here who want to put the niggas back in jail with his rhetoric. Like, so it's like they were so polar opposites. Like, and the only thing that makes sense that this was a business relationship, and now the deal is done, and that's where we are, you know. And I feel sorry for the children because now, well, actually, I don't, because their parents are filthy rich, but they still have to live through this as they get older. This is gonna be on social media forever, you know.
Yeah.
But real quick, I want to get to before we get to the comments here. We got a long comment here. I want to show the Kanye's comment here. He apologized to. Oh wait, god damn it. Okay, Chris, read the comment while I pull up this picture.
Okay. Yes. I know it's hard, like when you're producing, and so it says, remember when Herman Cain died from COVID-19 and was supporting Cheeto's Republican Party? There was no funeral, no Lifetime story on Lifetime, or no memoriam in his honor. That's exactly how they'll treat Kanye after this divorce. But they will go on. But they will go after his coins. I hope not that they don't go after his money, because you know what? I feel like at the end of the day, Kanye has his money, Kim has hers, and that I think y'all just need to keep what y'all have separate and keep it moving. She don't.
They say the split is amicable. So you know, I mean, together they're worth $2.1 billion. So I don't see this being messy. The only thing I see being messy is when people around them want to start gossiping and like spilling stuff. Like, you never know, someone close to them may want to release a tell-all book or something like that. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I see coming in that direction. But I don't know. That's an interesting question. I mean, I don't know, but I don't see it happen, because I think it would have happened already. We would have heard them like filing for, you know, immediate custody, and she's trying to. I mean, we do know that according to reports that land, that his property that built together, even though he paid, he owns the home, she owns the land. So this right here is a message that Kanye put on social media here, and I'm gonna read it real quick. And he says here, I would like to apologize to my wife for going public, something that was a private matter. I did not cover her like she has covered me. To Kim, I want to say how I hurt you. Please forgive me. Thank you for always being there for me. Clearly, she didn't care.
I hope he apologized to her before he did this on social media. The public disparaging mess of social media really gets on my goddamn nerves. It's the same shit that I'm about to get into when we talk about Erica Mena and Safari. Like, I just don't understand. Y'all can't do this shit in front of each other. Like, you can't like text each other or FaceTime each other. Why do y'all have to do everything on social media? You gotta apologize on social media. You gotta have a rant on social media. You gotta tell us that your wife was gonna abort your firstborn child on social media. And according to Dijon, he says they didn't get a prenup. And I do know it's California, and California is everybody gets half. But at the end of the day, if they go to the divorce lawyers and they decide by saying, you know what, let him keep his stuff, I'll keep mine. If that's the way they want to go about it, because at the end of the day, yes, it's California, but if a couple could come together and be smart from a business standpoint and say, you know what, let him just take what he came with and let me leave my stuff, and you don't want to involve all these other people in it, then I think that's the smarter way to go, rather than because it's the law. This is what
I tell you one thing though, I don't see Kanye, I don't see Yeezy's lasting any. I mean, because I'm being honest, like, I think they were the ones pushing the brand, the Kardashians. They were the ones posting pictures, and they have a massive amount of pull. That's what they do. That's how they make a living. And now you're no longer with this family. Are they going to do it for free, or are you going to pay them $300,000 per post? Like, what's the tea here? I mean, I'm sure I'm not doing it for free no more if you're not a part of the family.
I don't think Kim wanted any part of them ugly ass sneakers and them clothes anyway, because I don't know how you charging people $500 for a damn t-shirt that all you probably did was take some damn scissors or a lighter and pretty much all call that shit fashion. I could go get me this shirt here, which I got from H&M, and cut the shit up and call it fashion.
Fashion.
Shout out to Splash 2 who says, yes, Kiki, and Kim, run, and don't look back.
Hi, Splash T girl. Yes.
Okay, so moving right along, because I'm tired of talking about these two hoes. Let's talk about Drag Race star Sister, who was talking about how toxic the fandom of Drag Race is. So she says, and I'm gonna read a little bit of it. It's a big article over on The Guardian if you guys want to check it out. But she says, since last week, I've been tagged in many shocking tweets without going into too much detail. One that came from a blank profile, of course, because you know those be the main ones trolling, described in graphic detail how they would like to see me die and what to do with my body. The toxic fandom have made themselves clear, and my mental health has reached rock bottom. My anxiety is showing in physical symptoms. I always consider myself a self-sufficient, robust scouser, but it seems even I have my limits, and right now I'm not okay, hun. Now I'm sure you get the reference because there's a song called UK Hun that's actually a huge hit and is doing well on iTunes. And she says, what is frightening is the flippancy of which people type out hashtag be kind on the same keyboard they use to harass people online. How we interact has changed since the pandemic. Real life contact has become limited, but a rule of thumb on social media is if you wouldn't say it to someone in person, don't do it online either. We're no longer bitching privately in bars, giving a strong opinion online, and atting in the person concerned is the equivalent of shouting it in their face. So one of the things that I have talked hello. So oh yeah, well yeah. Oh, back to what Dijon said. Mother Chris is gonna try. I said EJ calls her Chris Jong Un. And I call her Pimp Mama Chris because you know she had a
Oh wait. My bad. I didn't even know you left. Oh, this messy show. There you go. You're back, girl. Hi. Yeah, right. So we were talking about sister, right? I about to say bibbly bobbly bibbly boo. Yeah, me too. Hmm. I think so. Mhm, mhm. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, yeah. You're not. Okay, you got to refresh. Yeah, girl. The restream gods. Mm-mm. So, while we wait on Chris to hop back in, yeah, this story is just crazy. I saw this and I immediately said to myself, I was like, oh, this has to be on
Can
the
you see me now?
stories. And yeah, I see you. But let me see. I'm not sure if you pop up on the screen.
For those
So
who are
if you
watching,
guys,
let me know if you can see me. Say hey. Hi. But yeah,
but
this
yeah,
this
and
fandom. Go ahead and say, but what do you think
yeah,
about
no,
this
I
particular?
was saying like this is something that, like you said, it's not going to stop. Other drag queens are getting it, and it's just that like this is just this is the world that we live in. She's not alone. And there are plenty of other people who go through this on social media. Where you don't even have to be a drag race star. You don't have to be a celebrity. Like, I just think it's like, what do we do with it? Because people are going to continue to say something, and then some people will say, "Oh, grow thicker skin," and da da da. But that's all they here or there. Like, I think something needs to happen. It's a worldwide issue. This is UK we're talking about. This is not America, but it happens here too. So I don't know. I just saw it very like generic, and I was like, I think it's just a topic that we don't talk about enough because a lot of people don't want to hold themselves accountable. Clearly, it's
No,
not
it's
just what.
not. I don't think it's a generic topic at all. I'm glad you actually brought it up because it's been something I've been feeling like I've been meaning to want to talk about for the longest. I mean, I'll talk about it when I do my when I'm the show that we're doing, the drag show that I'm doing with Miss Lindsay Aguilera and Remy. I'm sure it'll come up when we talk about it. I was not going to say the name. We're going to hold that in because I'm still waiting for my T-shirt with the name and everything on it. I got the design and everything. But one of the things I've been saying for the longest about the toxic fandom, like to me, it's like I watch the show and I kiki and I say certain things on Facebook, but I'm not being mean or malicious because you know, I've been, well, still am part of media. I have interviewed a lot of the drag race girls. I was doing drag race interviews and being a part of press long before DragCon was a thing when they were doing press shows at the not the original XL, but the second one, the one that they had in Hell's Kitchen. But that was at the old gay hotel. Um, and it like the fandom was small then, and the drag race was starting to gain traction. That was during the Alaska season. So the fact of the matter now, we have all these kids online who are trying to determine what drag is, who are trying to tell people or call people names and say this, that, and the third about people, or giving what their perception of who they think these queens are based on a small little soundbite of a show. I really don't understand why they're throwing so much shade at Sister Sister when in fact Sister Sister's not. There's no drama with her on the show. Like if there's anybody who's giving drama, it would be I don't think it's Sister Sister. I'm trying to think who. Ahora's said some stuff where I know like the fans have been going in on her. She's been a little catty this season, but here's the reality: if you've ever, and I think a lot of these people that are throwing the shade probably have never stepped foot in a nightclub, but if you've ever been around enough drag queens or even people in ballroom culture, anything, anywhere where you get any queer performer, shade is constantly thrown. There's always drama. There's always fighting. There's always bickering. This queen don't like this queen. Like that's just a part of the culture. I know everybody's like, oh, we need to have a kumbaya moment, but this is what goes on amongst the sisters in what goes on within the world of gay performance or any kind of drag or pageantry or whatever the case is. That's just the way it is. But the drama happens there and is left there. But now that you're on this platform, that's a TV show, people all feel that they have that their opinion is valid and that they need to express their opinion and then to say these mean things like you should die and I hope you get hit by like who has the energy and the time to do that? Me personally, I don't got time to be up on here because I'm busy. I have a life. I don't have time to be up in here just throwing shade and being nasty to people wanting to wish death on them. It's just to me, it's just immature. So I don't know. Hopefully it gets better, but I don't know. I mean, I was even trying to think, do you think RuPaul should speak out? And if Ru speaks out, will it even help the situation? I don't even know.
Well, this is the interesting question because we can say that about a lot of people that have a crazed fan base, if you will. Let's just say that. But I do think that if you're a celebrity, if you're someone with a huge following, and I do think they're responsible for what their followers are saying about other people in regards to the industry that they're in. Like, I do think you should hold your fans accountable. I mean, that's the only way they're going to learn that what they're doing is wrong. Like, because social media can be like a bully pulpit. It can be a place where people join in to just because it's fun to attack someone you don't know. Like, everyone joins a thread and have an opinion about something, and you put a little egg on your account, and now you're on someone else's account just trashing them because it's fun to do that, and then you're getting likes and retweets. So it could be for someone who's not all the way there, as Wendy would say, tick, tick, boom, it could be a very fun place for them. And I think that's what Sister is talking about. And I saw a clip from Drag Race UK where two girls was talking about, I forget the one that's non-binary, but two of them are non-binary. And there was a clip going around on Instagram where two of them were talking about the non-binary situation. And that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, Bimini Bamboo Lash is non-binary.
Okay, yeah, so I think that was who the one talking, Bimini Bom Boom Boom. But yeah, it's a touchy subject, Chris. But I do think they should hold their fans accountable. You should be able to go on social media and say, guys, that's not cool. If I see you doing that, I'm blocking you. Because the whole point of social media now, when you're a stan of someone, you are a stan of someone because you obviously a fan and you do that to protect them, but they don't always need protection. And sometimes they're doing things because just because. But I do agree. I do think that they should be held accountable. The question is, will they? And what would happen if Rue were to say something? I think the first thing would happen would be that it would get picked up everywhere, so everyone would be talking about it. And I think that that's what we're asking for, is like accountability. It's not going to stop. And that's the sad part. Like, you think people will hear this and be like, oh my God, like, but people don't care. They say grow thicker skin. Like, this is the industry. You wanted to be a drag queen, and now you're afraid because people on social media saying you're ugly, or like you say, go kill yourself. Like, it's like, how far is too far?
Yeah, which is exactly why a lot of times when you watch a lot of these drag race shows, the queens are producing themselves. Like, oh, I have to behave a certain way, or I have to watch what I say before. So they're producing themselves on these shows, and it comes across as if they're not authentic. And the reason why they're doing that is because they don't want the backlash. They don't want y'all coming for them and throwing shade. So they have to come on TV and act a certain way, so that way producers will be able to edit them in to fit a certain narrative based on the scene that they're shooting with the reality show. So it's a lot that goes into it. And you know what? At times I feel for these girls. Like, Elliot with 2 T's is going through it. I don't know why they all calling her Elliot with 3 K's. And someone told me that I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who's actually working with Elliot, and said that the reason why people are going in on Elliot with 2 T's, and because they said something or another, like when she was doing, you remember the episode of Drag Race when they were doing the taxi cab looks, and that was coming down the runway, and Elliot had one, it was the yellow look. And, you had not Britta Filter. Britta was on last season. She was another one that dealt with a lot of toxic fandom. Tina Burner came down with a cab look, and then also Elliot came down with a cab look, and she said she was inspired by The Wiz. People calling her racist. Did you know that when the cabs were going by them in The Wiz, that was like a scene of how black people are constantly rejected by cab drivers? I'm like, okay, who are these damn new generation of people that's just reading way too hard in this shit, number one. And number two, now we're canceling people and calling them racist because a white girl said she was inspired by The Wiz. White people are inspired by black culture throughout history. Look at your fave Justin Timberlake, who a lot of y'all still don't want to hold accountable. Because I got into it with Perez Hilton, and he was out here saying that it was a little mini disagreement. and he basically was saying like he don't think his Justin's fan base is still pretty big where he can't be canceled. And that's why Dijon's saying that's why cancel culture is the new bully tool. It is, depending on who's doing the canceling. But with the whole thing of Justin Timberlake, yeah, he has a specific fan base of Karens that'll still support him. You know, those white girls that grew up listening to his music.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but the whole thing with Elliot and being inspired by the Wiz, I mean, that's racist. Like, huh? What?
Well, here's my thing. And I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, but I totally disagree about the cancel culture comment there. You know, I think right now we don't get it because we're buying into the rhetoric and what we're seeing via the media and whatever shows people are watching and how they perceive it. But cancel culture is really basically just holding not only yourself but others accountable, and it's really about controlling your purse, controlling the narrative. Like, if someone is doing something that you disagree with, then you have the right to say you are canceled. I am no longer subscribing to whatever channel or purchasing this music. Like, at the end of the day, we make them celebrities, and that's the reason why cancel culture is here. It is the culture holding you accountable. We make them celebrities. Cardi B would be nothing without us. Beyonce would be nothing without us. Jay-Z, the list goes on and on. Every Black person that we know of, we support them. We watch the shows. We buy the music. We give our rent checks for fucking Ivy Park. Like, we do these things because we support them. If it wasn't for that, Beyonce would not be a billionaire. Kim Kardashian would not be a billionaire. Kanye West would not be a billionaire. So when they do something that's against our values as people, such as hugging Donald Trump, you're damn right I'm going to sit there and say, you know what, that nigga's canceled. I'm not supporting you. I'm not buying anything that you're doing, and I'm taking control of the purse. Just like when Roseanne opened her mouth, she got canceled by the culture and she got fired. Now, that's a whole nother conversation. If I run a private company and my person that I employ is running on social media and saying the most racist things, that company has every right as a private company to fire that person, just like Twitter has every right as a private company to take people off of their platform. If you don't like it, go open your own Twitter.
Absolutely.
Go start your own television network.
I 1,000% agree.
It's redundant, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was like,
I went on a rant.
No, I know you. I live for the rant. Like, if y'all want to hear a lot more, definitely check out Host Chat Live every Saturday, where he and his other half be having their little political and entertainment debates. It's entertaining, and I love the fact that y'all leave it on the floor after it's done. Like, y'all don't bring that into the relationship. But I'll say this: one of the things I loved about what you said, and that's exactly what happened with Gina Carano. She was working with Disney. She was saying some crazy shit when, like we say, if you don't have something nice to say about certain things, keep it to yourself. If you don't want to put gender pronouns in your Twitter page, you don't need to put beep, bop, boop. Just don't put it. Don't respond. They want her to put she, her. She decided to put beep, bop, boop. Bitch, you were just gaslighting the situation. So you should just left it alone. You still have a job over there on Mandalorian and your own damn spinoff. But you want to be a dumbass. Now she's over there with Ben, whatever that queen last name is. Mm-hmm. Trying to put together a movie that's going to watch. So, and yes, I broke down that whole thing, but I loved what EJ put into it in regards of cancel culture, because I think a lot of times people really don't know what cancel culture really is. They think it's basically an attack on freedom of speech. That is what the media and people have tried to spin this into, because they try to put everything in a fucking soundbite. When it's like, no, that's why, like, with this show, we break everything down. Yeah. And we call it what it is. So your definition of cancel culture is definitely what it is. You have the right and the power to take away. If someone says something you don't agree with, don't support them. And that's what I've done. I don't support T.I. I don't support Ice Cube. I don't support Kanye. I don't support
and I know it's hard. It's hard, and that's the thing. It's hard. Like I say this to DJ every time. If my favorite artist Brandy goes on and says something that is against my values or against my community, it would hurt, but I would have to cancel the bitch. Like, I'm like, okay, Brandy girl, you went too far, and I don't know. I'll see you 2 more albums down the line. Like, you have to take that break, because even with family members, like when people stop to serve a purpose for you, even it's even more so when you're financially invested too. Like, so, and that's where it's just like, nah, I'm not doing it. I don't have to support. In what world do I have to support?
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. It's like, it's not just celebrities, it's people who are in your family, friends. You know, I always say everybody's here for a reason and a season. When that expiration date comes and you feel it in your spirit, cut them loose. That's what I did. I've done it with a lot of friends of mine. I've done it with family members. My brothers specifically. I don't talk to him. That tired trash could get hit by a Mack truck. I wouldn't give a fuck.
Oh no!
Same thing with a former friend of mine who betrayed me numerous times, and I turned the cheek and I was like, "Let me just, because you know your mama died. Let me try to rekindle and see, like, maybe we can be friends again." And because I, you know, it was equal situation. He did some shit, I did some shit. I was like, you know what? Let's try to make it work. And then the betrayal started up again, and that same treacherous bullshit. I was like, okay, so it's not just me. So now I know, like, I can finally close the chapter on this situation. So sometimes it's like you ain't got to just cancel for your sanity and mental health. Sometimes you got to chop bitches about your life and keep it moving. But I agree with Dijon, because I've said this numerous times about the whole JT situation. It took him almost 20 years to apologize while his career took off, and he literally almost destroyed JJ and Brittany. And there was something when you brought up, speaking of, let's talk about the whole real situation, because I know that was another part of the Hot Topic situation. So I'm glad that was a great segue you brought that up, because I actually forgot what the other part of the trend of stories was until you mentioned that whole Brittany Janet Jackson thing. Because the women of the Real talked about it, and here's the funny part. Jeannie and Adrian were Team Janet and Brittany. And of course, Miss Mammy herself, Lonnie Love, was up in here defending JT. We don't know. We always so quick to cancel people. When he said he was sorry, you didn't even give people a chance. Y'all be so quick to analyze the sorry of what he said. And I'm like, really, bitch? Oh, because you getting your back blown about some white penis. Now all of a sudden you can't be you can't like really give your opinion on shit. I need her big ass to go. She gets on my fucking nerves. And then also, Garcelle was kind of Team Justin too. And I'm sitting there like, but wait a minute now. Justin has said numerous things. I even brought up on my show how there was someone, I think from BuzzFeed, who said that he went and tweeted Justin about something or another when Jesse Williams had the speech over at the BET Awards. And how Justin was all, I'm inspired. Okay, you're always inspired whenever a black man opens his mouth. To steal from us and put it on your next Timbaland song or Timbaland produced track or Pharrell, because those are only two black people in Hollywood that your ass knows. When he was doing that sort of thing and saying he was inspired, and you had you know, the guy from BuzzFeed went and tweeted you about, so what, you gonna apologize to Janet? And started and basically started like talking down to him, being disrespectful. And I'm sitting there like, okay, so the only time you apologize about the whole Janet situation, you didn't really apologize, because didn't he go on Oprah or I think Janet went on Oprah. He went on Diane Sawyer, one of them damn shows, and pretty much didn't really give a real apology. It seemed like you were just throwing the blame off on her, and because you're a white male, you were allowed to flourish in your career. And Janet pretty much, because, you know, white folks, they love sucking on a black titty in private, but if a black titty is exposed to the world, y'all want to shun it. You know, that's just the way I know a lot of y'all white people are in the background. It's not about race or being racist. I'm just spewing things of, you know, being observant on how a lot of y'all heifers are when it comes to y'all want to fuck us in the dark. But in the light, you know, antebellum parties happened 3 years ago, and that's not a bad thing. According to that old fool that decided, oh, let me take a couple of weeks off and come back when y'all done forgot about it. But back to the whole JT thing. The you know, him with the whole, like, he threw Janet under the bus, and he basically used his situation with Britney for Cry Me a River, and then the other song he did, I keep forgetting the name of the damn song he did, Future Sex, Love Sex. So he basically used a lot of this drama that was going on in his life to enforce his career, which a lot of people do. Taylor Swift's done it throughout her entire career, but these women have suffered while his career has flourished, and now all of a sudden at 40, he gets it. I get it. When you know better, you do better. He got kids, but I don't think all of a sudden he had a revelation because, you know, everything that's going on now. The only time he comes out, let me get to the point. I know I need to get to the point. The only reason why he came out and said something, in my opinion, on many of the times he said something is because he keeps getting roasted on social media. That's the only time he comes out and says things. And that seems to have been the pattern. I follow the pattern. I don't go by what people say. I follow pattern. I follow actions. People need to stop following what people say and giving apologies and follow actions. I learned that from my father. Don't go by what people say. Go by their actions. People show you who they truly are in their actions, not what comes out. People regurgitate all kinds of bullshit out their mouth. So okay. I don't believe the apology. I don't agree with the apology. He can take that apology and shove it up his ass. He's still canceled, in my opinion. I don't support his music, and it is what it is. If y'all want to support him, go ahead and do it. Me, it's a no ma'am.
No ma'am, Pam.
Oh yeah, he said Lonnie got her boyfriend brainwashed. But the whole real thing, that's what pissed me off, was that how they were defending him and me. Jeannie gave the more thing, where she was like, I need something more than just a 2-page apology. Like, I would have liked to have seen him do a video so we could really see if he was really sincere. You can always tell from people's behavior, the body language, if it's a real sincere apology. Anybody could sit there and have 5 writers come up with a good damn, letter, and y'all buy it. I mean, he pointed out shit we already knew. The industry is flawed, and the world is set up for white men to flourish. We know this. You didn't tell me nothing I didn't already know. And yeah, that country album flopped. Nobody, he did the 2 albums with Pharrell and Timbaland that people liked, and all of a sudden he decided to go country and go in the woods, and they left that album right there in the damn woods. Now he want to come back and talk about he's doing another urban record. Okay, sis. But anyway, so yeah, what's the drama that's going on with The Real? Because I didn't know about this story.
Well, honey, as you said, I was putting this. So there's drama, honey, on The Real Deal. Let me stop. So no, I saw this story. Let me pull up the story real quick. Where is it? Let's see, right?
FaceTime call. So now let me just tell you, ever do that again.
Wait. Okay, did you hear that part?
Yes. Who was she talking about? What happened?
Okay. Well, all right. So basically, this I got this from Gossip. I saw this on Gossip, and I was just like, okay, what is this about? So basically, it was The Real was on, and this past week there was a story about like talking during the pandemic, and basically it was a joke. But then it looks like Lonnie, took it serious, and Garcelle was joking with her. But then they just started spatting back and forth. Garcelle was like, "Don't call me ever during a pandemic, girl. You don't know what the hell I'm doing." And Jeannie Mom was just like, "Wait," and they was just like, "Girl, shut up. Just between us two." But let's take a listen to the actual clip, and let's make our own decision from there.
And I picked up your FaceTime call. So now let me just tell you, don't you ever do that again.
Oh, I won't. Don't worry. The only people the only people I do that for. No, hold on. The only people I do that for now is my best friend of 30 years, Monique. Hello, Monique. Okay. And also Roderick. I only FaceTime you that one time because I know you were isolated and you were sick. So I said, well, let me do that. And it was a fun time. But I normally don't do that.
We had a good time. No, we had a good time.
You know,
Wait, I have a question. Because we're in a pandemic doesn't mean that we're available to everybody 24/7. I need you to say, I could be in the bathroom. I could be doing all kinds of things.
well, then just don't pick it up. I mean, my thing is, I feel like if I FaceTime you, I just don't pick it up. You busy.
What's happening between the curtains? What's happening between the curtains?
Oh, honey.
Text, and then you deciding on whether or not you're going to pick up the phone.
Girl, they are going through it over there. As you heard, Chris, like, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, she has a point. Like, if you're in a pandemic and I'm calling you, don't pick up. Like, if I'm in the middle of doing something, I'll pick up the phone.
Okay.
So it's that simple. But I'm like, okay, Lonnie was taking it a little too serious. You need to relax, calm down. Oh, and I know I was trying to think of the name earlier, but it's Brian Tyree Henry and Haas Lehman are playing Marvel's first gay couple in Eternals. So it just so happened I went because I was trying to find this story on Bossa to see if there was more context to it. And I couldn't find it in time because we're on here. So, but also, did you hear that the next Versus battle, this is breaking news, child. Snoop Dogg and DMX.
Child, good night. Wasn't DMX already on it?
Was he? No, I don't think DMX ever did one. And Sheree from Real Housewives of Atlanta is about to, rumors are swirling, she about to marry prison babe Tyrone. Remember he was on the show before, you know, he went off to jail in the last season that she was on, the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Now they're talking about, okay, so now she's trying to find a way to slither her way back into the, you know, back to Bravo.
Well, I don't know about all that, but all I know with this real drama, child, the boss is saying that, like, obviously, like, you know, that's what people picked up from it, and I, you know, like, and I agree with Garcelle, right? Like, you don't know what people doing during the pandemic, so don't be calling me expecting me to always pick up the phone, like, you know, I mean, that's that, like, and you know, so yeah. I just think it was a little spat that went too far, and I think Lonnie stays in her feelings. And you know, I don't know all about the white grievance apology tour, but that's a whole nother conversation. You know, and Garcelle, you know, I mean, listen, I stand for Garcelle more than I stand for Lonnie Love, only because, like, I just like Garcelle better. Like, she's grew up watching, and I really think she's a real deal. Like, I love her on Beverly Hills, you know, Real Housewives. She's holding those white women together, and you know, like, I just love what she stands for. She's true to who she is. She's just like Tyra Banks, a black model in this industry, dealt with a lot of racism and discrimination, and you know, I like her on the Real. She fits the Real. She gives the Hollywood touch because the other girls are not so Hollywood-esque yet. You know, she's real deal. She's been through. She's in the next Coming to America that's about to come out. Like, so she's, you know, she has a long resume. You know, so you can never knock her hustle. And she's here for the shits, and so am I. So yeah.
I still want to see Keke Palmer and Raven Simone on the Real. Like, to me, I think that would be a great combination having them on there. Like, you know, a couple of days, Keke comes on, a couple of days, Raven comes on. Like, I think they kind of need to mix it up. So,
thank you, Dijon. About my cancel culture. So, before we wrap this up, let's get to let's give our opinions on Miss Demi Lovato and her documentary that's coming out. Chris, I know you broke this down on your podcast, but real quick, what are your thoughts? I mean, I think this one is going to be more impactful than Britney. I think Britney was the mystique behind it. This one, you know, the woman had she's basically almost blind, like, and she had seizures and brain damage. You know, she's revealing a lot.
I think she said she had 3 seizures and a heart attack, and I don't even think she's 30. And you know, it's from extensive drug and alcohol abuse. And I'm trying to remember. I think Demi's a Disney kid.
Yep.
So Disney, the machine within itself, you know, is a lot for these kids when they're trying to transition from child to adult. I don't necessarily know what her family foundation is. I do remember her sister was on Desperate Housewives. I wonder what happened to her. She played Eva Longoria's daughter. So I'm actually excited to see this documentary. I like Demi Lovato. I feel like Demi Lovato as an artist and a musician has never really gotten the respect and the push that she deserves as far as a pop singer goes. She does have a very good voice, but I feel like the machine behind her hasn't really pushed her as much as they keep trying to push Camila Cabello on us, or Ariana Grande, or even Selena Gomez. So I like her. I'm hoping that she, you know, within time, I think she'll get better mentally and physically. And I'm definitely rooting for Demi to get herself and her life back and her career back where it needs to be. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah, me too. Definitely. Yeah. I also want to say real quick about segue, but I know we spoke about Kim K earlier, but I just want to add to the latest reports on her whereabouts is that she is hanging out with her best friend Jonathan, Food God, if you guys will, and they had some birthday cake. It was his birthday, so there you go. So
thank you.
Back at it. Yeah, so there you guys have it with
our fighting
trending stories.
Oh yeah. Let's wrap up the whole trending. So trending stories was everything. You know, we took time to break down each topic. We was living for it. Yeah, so that's like one of my favorite parts of doing this show is breaking down what's trending in the entertainment industry.
Yeah.
So yeah, so Erica Mena is upset over, well, she and her soon-to-be ex-husband are fighting, which we all saw this coming. First of all, Safari is very immature. These two are made for each other. To me, she needs to stop laying low and spreading wide for these busted bum-ass rappers. Like she was with Rich Dollars, who was problematic from the beginning. Then she's with Safari, who is a no-hit wonder. And his whole claim to fame is because he's entertaining on Love and Hip Hop. And, you know, he, you know, used to bang Nicki Minaj. So he went on social media and decided to post, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Getting married was one of my biggest mistakes. It will never happen again. I'm walking away before I end up in jail over some dumb shit. Nobody is worth my freedom. And remember, this is someone who weeks prior on an episode of that Love and Hip Hop special that they did, he basically, it was brought up in conversation that he basically threw shade at her because she gained so much weight during her pregnancy, which I don't know if Safari is aware because maybe he's an idiot. But you know, when a woman is eating for two and she's carrying your child, she is going to gain weight. Now, if you didn't want her to get fat, maybe you should have put the money together, some of your Love and Hip Hop coins, and hired a surrogate. But for you to make her feel insecure about herself when women go through so many different emotions mentally and physically when they are in the throes of being pregnant, especially when you're dealing with postpartum depression. We just talked about that, and now we're talking about a lot more because we have the space to do so. We talked about it with Britney Spears and everything that's been going on with her and the whole conservatorship. So she's probably going through a lot emotionally and physically. And all you did was basically fucking shoot some jizz up in a cooch. And so what are you stressed out about? What are you upset about? So she has responded. And she says that she is no longer going to give Safari the time of day, warning that he should try her again. Since you always run to social media like a little girl, I might as well join in. And I absolutely agree with you on this. You are the most selfish, vain, and inconsiderate person, and not just with me, but with your only daughter. So out of respect for my daughter and to honor my growth as a woman, I'm going to get back to doing what I do best, make money and be only about my business. Entertaining social media with my issues isn't my thing. This is basically what I said about people jumping on social media to argue and fight when y'all need to be having this conversation in person. You're married, you're two grown adults, fucking act like it. And get in a room together and deal with it. See a therapist, whatever it needs you need to do it. Or wait until the camera starts shooting for Love and fucking Hip Hop so you two can have a goddamn storyline. Because that's clearly what this shit is. So, EJ, do you have any comments you want to throw in before we move along? Is there technical issues on your end?
No. No, I ain't got no comment.
Okay, so I guess we're moving along. So the next story we have is Lionel Richie, who is 71 years old, is apparently dating a 30-year-old woman. So, child, I know people love feeling, the feeling of being youthful and vibrant and stuff. They actually started dating back in 2014. And that was 7 years ago, right? Yeah. So she's 30. She was 23. And he was what? 64? 23 and 6. Child, really? What the fuck y'all got in common? So 71. So it says that he's in a serious relationship with 30-year-old named Lisa Parigi. According to reports, the Dancing on the Ceiling singer has reportedly been dating the beauty entrepreneur since 2014. Lisa's exact age is unclear, but we believe she's in her early 30s. Lionel has two daughters, 22-year-old Sophia Richie and 39-year-old Nicole Richie. Well, I guess he don't mind because wasn't his 22-year-old daughter dating a 30-year-old? 35-year-old? But she was dating, are you still together?
Yeah.
Disick and her?
No.
I don't keep up with them. I don't keep up with the Kardashians like that. But yeah, child, I can't. So I don't know. Do you want to respond to the whole Safari Erica Mena situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say about it, to be honest with you. I'm still gagging at this Lionel Richie and his new girlfriend. So I'm like, this is a lot to deal with. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just I'm just shocked that Lionel. But you're right. You made up a good point that he is, someone who obviously his daughter she likes older men and he likes younger women, and so I mean it's just kind of goose for the gander, if you will. And I'm not gonna put any judgment on it. I mean, because I'm the one over here. I'm dating someone who's 12 years older than me, so and I know 12 years is totally different than 30 or 40. And so it's not like
that's like a 40-year gap.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's a 40-year gap. That's a big decision. Like, I personally would not do that. However, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Like, you weren't even alive. She wasn't even alive when he was on American. What was it? The American Music Awards performing "Dancing on the Ceiling." I don't even think she was around when that song came out.
Right. Like, I just, I don't know. Like I said, I don't see anything with you're right. They don't have much in common, so it is a little like, okay, girl, what's going on here? But like I said, if they're in love, who are we to sit there and say, that this is wrong or, whatever the case may be. I don't like when Wendy does that. I don't like to knock love. I think, people can find love in the most hopeless places. And as long as she's happy, he's happy. They're not putting hands on each other. And, and I mean, as far as children and that's a whole nother conversation. But clearly men can still produce in their late ages, and women obviously, can't, according to science. So, well, theoretically. So I don't know, Chris. And I don't know if
I
that's
mean,
even, but that's what I'm saying. That's not too personal, like, you know, about the sex life. It's just, you know, I mean, they're in love. I mean, they're like each other. So, I mean, you know,
yeah,
I think for men, we always give men a pass, and it's the
I
other way
agree.
around. You know, we look down on I just, you know, I mean, if it's my daughter, of course I'm gonna have something to say, but at the end of the day, I think you and I spoke about that the other day. Like, hey, listen, if she's old enough to make that decision, sure, I may not like it, you know, but they're a grown person at the end of the day. I just hope that, you know, no one gets hurt involved, or she's not what everyone thinks she is, a gold digger, you know, because that's the worst part. But then, Lionel, you did it to yourself, girl. Hello.
Well, to piggyback off of what you said about the whole gold digger thing, so the people in the comments was like, Lionel Richie with his new bae, he's 71 and she's 30. Love wins. Another one, I sent you the picture of it. Lionel Richie girlfriend when he was 40 years old. That's the one I just sent you. If you want to pull that up. Another person defending the couple saying Lionel Richie's girlfriend is 30. This is what I'm talking about. Where are the good-looking Lionel Richie sugar daddies at? He doesn't even look 71. Another said, see, this is the problem. Lionel Richie and his girlfriend, people have said they have been together since 2014. Why are y'all calling her a gold digger? You don't know this lady or at all. She has her own business and is a success in her own right. And another person put, so when Lionel Richie was 40 and his daughter was 9, his girlfriend was born. Then I was born 5 years later. Damn.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, oh, you saw the picture? I'm like, look. If you like it, I love it. Lionel Richie is someone who does not look 71, even though, let's be frank, what the hell does 71 look like or supposed to look like? We have people who are in their 30s and 40s and don't even look at what does 40 look like?
Yeah.
So, you know, I will be 43 this year. I know, shocker. I will be 43 years old this year. I don't look my fucking age. Or what the hell does the age look like? People think, I mean, like, some people thought I was actually in my late 20s, early 30s. I get that a lot. But when I tell them my real age, they clutch it. I'm like, really? Oh, you look up. Well, thank you. I mean, you see the grades up in his beard, but still. I think my family at 40, my parent generation of 40 is completely different than my 40. And the generation of 70-year-olds look different than what 70 is supposed to look like. If you look at a lot of my family members, a lot of them are have pretty youthful looks, even out of my parents. People look at my mother and actually think she has kids that are in their, you know, little kids, like middle school. I was like, no, I got full-grown children. So, it be like that sometimes. So, you know, it is what it is. And, you know, good luck to Lionel. And you know what? Sometimes you need to, you know, the little young tenderonis to keep, you know, things vibrant, be it in the mental and in the bedroom.
I agree. I mean, sometimes, you know, listen, at the end of the day, love is love. I mean, and I just want to say, I think we have to stop getting out of our head. You know, you never know. You might meet someone who is of age who can rock your world. You never know. It's just, I think it's all about compatibility, you know, communication, and just being realistic
The
with
connection
what
and
you
the
want.
energy that you attract from that person. So yeah.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah, like, if you meet someone that you're vibing, okay, they're of age, but is this person a good lover? Is this person a good communicator? Someone that you can see yourself, you know, trust with, you know. And I think that's put us away from finding love, because like we want someone perfect, knight in shining armor, and that's not life. Like, you know, you might meet someone who you might be compatible with. Okay, they're 20 years older than you. All right, like a lot of people look at life and say, I want someone my age, and you know, so we can grow old together. Okay, that only happens in fairy tales. Like in life, you're gonna meet someone either, you know, a few years older than you or younger than you, and you gotta make that decision. Where am I falling out on this scale? Like, do I want to be a cougar or do I want to be a sugar baby? Like, you know, however you identify it. There's nothing wrong with either. Like, just own it. You know, I'm not a sugar baby. I wish.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm just saying, I digress.
Yeah. So shout out to Lionel and his boo. I'm cool with it. I mean, in my opinion, no matter regardless, but they still gonna see each other. But yeah, kudos to him. And I
I'm
like
sure
the
he's
fact,
thinking,
and I like
get
the
old
fact
by
that she
accident.
has her own stuff. I'm always sick and tired of people equating the fact that if you're a young person, that you're automatically after the star's money. Madonna is 62 years old, will be 63 this year, dating a damn boy in his mid-20s, one of her backup dancers. So Ala Malik, I believe is his name. So, you know, it is what it is. And if they're having a good time, who are we to judge? Who's that?
That's Safari and Erica, girl. So I think that
There it is. Why did it look like my cousin? Erica look
I
like my
think that
cousin.
this is all for reality TV.
I agree.
I think they're trying to sell the season because right now, I don't know how they're gonna do these reality shows, but definitely Atlanta, Florida, the South. Listen, the South is popping right now. So if you got anything going on, child, just go ahead and do it in the South. You know, speaking of brothers, I had a conversation with my brother and sitting there like, oh man, I feel sorry for y'all in New York. I feel sorry for y'all in the South because y'all think nothing's happening. And
Exactly. Why are you feeling sorry for us? We're following the Corona protocols.
thank you because
Things
we're
are
on
starting to
lockdown.
slowly open up in New York. We're about to open up movie theaters next week. So in New
Thank
York,
you.
finally after a year. So you know, don't feel sorry for us. We're still thriving out here. And the one thing that I do love about us thriving is the fact that a lot of you motherfuckers that came here to drive up our taxes and our rents and shit, y'all actually retreated back to your, down south in Texas and Florida because of their cheap taxes, which I hear now the rents are starting to skyrocket because a lot of y'all trying to put y'all businesses down there. I saw that on CNN the other day.
Makes sense.
I'm glad. Bye. Kudos. We don't want you back. Stay down there. We know
All right, guys,
tourism.
so-
We know tourism drives New York in a lot of ways, but just come in, pay a visit, and leave.
Right. Pay your fare and go home.
Okay.
Speaking of that, guys, we're going to be right back with more Wednesday Night Kiki. We're going to wrap up this show with some last minute entertainment stories, and we're going to do a fashion roundup, and we're coming back with our reality unwrapped story. Unwrapped segment, and we're going to talk about this story where a woman from Married to Medicine is calling out Bravo for discrimination. I don't know if you guys heard about this story, but I want to connect it to what's going on at Bravo with you know who and her long-term affair with Miss Cohen. Because I think it's all
Monique leaks.
So all that and more when we come back, guys. You're watching Wednesday Night Kiki.
I'm nothing. I've never had the intent of being like what she does. And you can't paint all of us under one brush. And if you do, you're a moron. I'm nothing like Sherry Pie. I've never had the intent of being like what she does. And you can't paint all of us under one brush. And if you do, you're a moron. And I don't have time to entertain idiots like you. And to speak on that previous photo that you put up where Jackie Cox, who competed with Sherry on the last season of Drag Race, I don't agree with her assessment of what she said. Can you bring that picture back? Where she basically said, please do not give Sherry a platform to speak on her issues or whatever the case was. And my thing is this: everybody has a right to say, to tell their side of the story. We heard from the victims. We heard from Sherry. There was what she said: I am publicly calling on at Tamara Hall Show to reconsider giving Sherry Pie access to the platform of national television to tell their side of the story without first speaking with the victims of her abuses and allowing them to weigh in on their own trauma. Now, here's the thing. How do we know that Tamara didn't reach out to the victims and have them come on and tell their side of the story? Because remember, she's been a journalist for years. I'm sure she did reach out to them, or I don't know what the situation is, but it would be great to kind of get their side. But now that this is out, if it comes down to it, I hope that Tamara is looking at this and we'll do a follow-up. Victims get to speak, and they could ask, has Sherry kept in contact with two of the victims, as she said she is, on the show, with the whole situation that's going on. And it's unfortunate what Sherry did. Like I said, amazing talent. And do I think Sherry a fan? No. I know people who have followed her drag career and were fans of hers. I don't know if they necessarily are. Oh, well, hello. Welcome back to Wednesday Night Kiki. This very long episode. We tend to go on and on and on until we get all these topics out because we just be carrying so damn much. We lose track of time. But nevertheless, we're going to wrap it up with a couple more entertainment topics. So let's bring Mr. EJ back in. And yeah, we're going to do a little fashion wrap up. We're going to look at some stuff and give our thoughts on said looks. But, are you there? Because I know we have a couple more things and topics that he wants to get off. I'm going to just go along with.
Yes.
So, oh wait, we got reality roundup, right? Are we doing reality roundup, or are we doing the fashion stuff?
Well, right now, being that you brought up the fashion, let's get to the fashion roundup. So yeah, let's do that. Let's get to that and knock those pictures out. Yeah, let me pull this up. All right, so last week we spoke about well, a lot that was going on in Fashion Week, and I wish we had Delvon here still to talk about these stories, but
this show tends to go long.
Right, because she's the fashionista. She would know a lot of the, a lot of fashion news that came out. But I'll probably save some for another episode. But so let me pull up these pictures here. And the first one that I'm gonna pull up is someone that I think we all may know. And hopefully, wait, hold on. Okay, bear with me, guys. Live TV here. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Look, we love the imperfections and messiness. That's what makes the show what it is. Everything ain't got to be perfect. We thrive on our imperfections.
Thank you.
I love a mess.
Okay. And we actually have someone who is from the drag race scene as well. We're going to pull that one up too. But first, we're starting with this tired queen here. You brought him up earlier, and unfortunately, I couldn't pull the magic to get the photo, but we got it now. And so yeah, I'm talking about this queen here, Miss
yeah, who is
what did you call the trash bag?
Trash bag. Wait.
Oh no. Yeah. Yes, we talking about Miss fashionista herself, girl.
Wait, who?
She homeless.
Oh, under Leon.
Let me stop. It's not funny. It's not funny laughing at people who's homeless. That's not funny. Because if she is homeless,
under Leon Talley.
I'm sorry. But yeah, so we're gonna take a look at Miss Leon Talley and some of her barbs, honey. No. This is her decorated outside her house, coverage clutched. Yes, honey. She is giving very much off the boat. She's giving very much. That looked like she got on a damn what's those damn blow up beds?
She wrapped herself in a red trash bag. They do got them red Glad bags. She's giving me homeless chic. She's looking like she's about to walk the runway at your local subway station. Since they removed all the benches. Now they could probably put a couple of cardboard boxes down there. She could walk the runway in your local subway.
This is probably one of her best looks here.
That is cute because it goes with it's the Met Gala. They love a train at the Met Gala and all that good stuff. So that definitely works with the suit. But that recent look too bad, where she had like the thick ass socks that looked like Jennifer Beals leg warmers in Flashdance. Like she was giving me that with the socks. Was those also Uggs she had on?
Yeah. I think so. I think those were Uggs she had on.
That's just a whole mess. Throw it away. Throw it in the trash.
Okay, far in the trash, honey. Gosh. Doing this show live and trying to pull pictures, honey. All right, so victim. Our next victim of the fashion roundup, please. We're gonna talk about we're gonna take it to drag, the world of drag, and this is someone that we keep bringing up. What's her name? Bibbidi Bobbidi Boobity Boo. Right.
No, Beat Bop Boop is who is the gender that Gina Carano has decided to take on. She is Beat Bop Boop. We have Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, which is a part of a cartoon, and now we have Bimini Bamboo-Lash.
There we go. All right, so I don't want to keep saying it wrong. I don't want to keep saying the wrong thing. So Bimini Boo-Lash, because I ain't trying to condone racism here, girl. So Bimini Boo-Lash. She and she's with I guess doing a capsule collection, and so the collection is called the Ascension collection, and this is one of the pictures here. It's Bimini Boulash. So I like it. Let me move this thing here so we can see this picture.
It fits Bimini's aesthetic because Bimini is non-binary. So, you know, people start to change their look and wear the outfits that try to visually show the inside of how they feel on the inside and bring it on the outside. So I actually like this. I love when, you know, when you see someone who was born a male who basically change their aesthetic and get, you know, fillers and their lips done and the eyes, you know, contacts and wearing crazy wigs. I just like this. I like the whole, I don't know, the whole rocker gothic look works for Bimini. So I like it.
Yeah, it does. It does. And that is her aesthetic. So it definitely works.
And I want Bimini to win Drag Race UK, by the way.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd say either Bimini or Lawrence Chaney, who almost went home last week, but we all knew because what's her name? Tia Coffee has always been a hot mess aesthetically. I figured she was going home, but Lawrence Chaney, I say either Lawrence or Bimini, but I think I'm starting to pull for Bimini because I specifically loved Bimini's performance during UK Hunt. I felt like their line in the song and the choreography and everything went along with the performance. I felt like that to me was like, okay, I see a star here. So Bimini is like definitely one of my front runners for winning the show. But any more photos? Well, I feel like I'm in what do you call it? When you have like the little screen, what is the HD? Or the little box on your TV screen.
I got a little lost in the matrix there, honey.
Oh. Well, you know, technology and all.
That's that. So we were talking about Bimini and one of the looks that she gave here. Gotta put other link. But yeah, before I got chopped, I agreed, you know, definitely giving the look. This is another guy here. Again, the line is called Ascension. This is a capsule of the art school that she goes to. I like the jacket. I don't know if I would rock it, but it's cute. And if wearing it kind of works with his
with his skin tone. I think. I mean, I like the coat. I like the look of the fabric, the shine of the fabric. I like the color of it. I think it's given me very much if the Matrix was filmed today, which it actually was, because you know we have a fourth one coming out this year. They shot it in Germany last year, but now it's in post-production and all this stuff. So this is definitely like giving me Matrix vibes. So I'm definitely liking this coat.
Yeah, me too. Definitely. And then we have another piece here, I believe. Oh wait, no, I lied. Okay. I'm gonna pull up some other pictures. Oh wait, there was one more. Okay. Let me see if I can get this one for you guys. So this is one more from the Ascension line. I like what they're doing in fashion school. Like, if this is what they're doing, I can imagine what these people are going to bring to the runway, you know, next year and the years beyond. Like, you know, I'm not the biggest like fashionista, like as far as like knowing fabrics and stuff, but I know it looks right on me. So I could definitely, you know, give my opinion.
And to me, that's the best thing. I always feel like with fashion. Fashion is like any form of art is suggestive. So people, I feel like if you know what works for you, or if you, in your opinion, knows what, you know, what things look like. Now, if you have no sense of fashion, then you don't speak on it. But it's all about what works for you and that sort of thing. It's not always being told that, okay, if it's not Louis Vuitton, then you don't know fashion. that just makes you a label whore. But looking at this one, this is giving me Cobra Kai realness. Like this is this like inspired by you know, is this is giving me very much like the gi in, you know, at Tiger Shulman. With shoes. And what is that in the, is that the, I'm trying to see what that is in the background. Those look like cords or something that's just hanging. The black string that's on the sides by the legs. I don't know what that is, but it's cute. It's like I said, it's giving me very much like I'm about to start doing my kias in karate class.
Not karate class. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah, I like it though. I like it. I definitely think it's a red carpet look. I think you'd be hot in it. It looks expensive, and I know that's all that matters when it comes to fashion. So, but speaking of guys, we're gonna wrap this up with these series of pictures here. So bear with us. We're gonna kick it off with the sexy man himself from Bridgerton. And shout out to Check for this one here. Let me pull me and Chris up in the screen.
I don't even know how do you say his name. Is it Reggie Jean Page?
That's a good name. Let's see.
Regine,
I think it's Reggie Jean Page.
Yeah, because I was gonna start calling him Regine from Living Single. Smooches.
Let's Reggie Jean Page, and this is from hosting SNL this past weekend. He is wearing here Alexander McQueen on Saturday Night Live, honey, and he looking really scrumptious. Yeah, I gotta watch Bridgerton. I mean, there's a lot of sex scenes, and you know, me and my man, we like a little sex scene or two now. So may take a look at that. Okay. So let's get to the next one here.
Wait, hold on. I gotta get my opinion, honey.
Okay.
So I've never seen Bridgerton. I know there's a lot of people in my timeline, you know, because I'm always on the social media and stuff. There are people who like the show. I know it's a Shonda Rhimes series over on Netflix. Me personally, I'm not into period piece melodrama type stuff, so I've been a little hesitant into watching it. But he's definitely a good-looking guy. I did watch a little bit of the skits that he was a part of on Saturday Night Live, and to be Saturday Night Live ain't been funny in years. But you know, I just like the fact that he's getting the attention that he's getting from the show.
Right. I agree. Time you see someone decent, a decent black man getting his shine, I'm here for it too. You know, and all this the hype around is making me want to watch Bridgerton. Shonda Rhimes is fantastic, so I know it's going to give me everything that we need. We know we're going to have gay characters in it. We know because she is someone who does stuff full. She's like a full, well-rounded writer, and I love that about her. Like she never forgets nuances and this certain distinctiveness that makes her different than everything else you even see on TV. Even now Netflix, I know she could go a little more risque with more adult content, so I cannot wait to dig my teeth in it. But there's a lot of stuff that we're watching right now, so it's kind of I personally, for me, it's hard to just hop from here to here to here. But you know, this is the world we live in. Today, this is on Hulu. Tomorrow, something else coming out.
Agreed. And now we got Paramount Plus coming out next month, and they got all this interesting content that I'm like, well, damn, now I gotta subscribe to another freaking streaming service.
Thank you. So just give me a bundle already. Speaking of bundle, let's these next two here, who's all bundled up here. Shout out to the models. We got here wearing. This is Fashion Week, and it goes here. It says Digital Claudia. Claudia L from the Fashion 2021 line.
Claudia Lee.
Oh, Lee. Okay, there you go. Claudia Lee. And these models, what they're wearing. I just like the fact that are they both? Well, I know that's a girl. This is
it's like on the one in the blue. That looks like it might be a guy.
Right. If it's not, definitely the color is definitely for. I think it's unisex.
Oh, so yeah, I see an Adam's apple. But then we don't know.
But then zoom in close enough.
But then again, you know, I got these eyes, honey. But then again, you know, you never know what people, because these days everybody's non-binary or got a new type of, you know, I don't know what your pronouns are, but I'm just saying, like, from here.
Oh yeah, Claudia Lee. I don't know why I didn't see the eye. didn't see the eye. I just knew that was an L.
But it's very bohemian. I think a lot of bohemian up in here. It's cute. It's very, 70s.
So you'll see the girls and so pumping up and down once it all open back up again, honey.
Or even I could
speaking of Soho, there goes your girl, Chris.
I was gonna say I could even see them wearing that out in Bushwick where I live, but no, that's not working. And first of all, that outfit is blending. It's kind of blending in with them swollen legs. Is that her actual legs? Was that like you know what her legs look like? You ever seen The Mummy?
I'm done. You know what? I'm not doing this with you. This is Wendy Williams, y'all, and she is wearing Wale's Bonheur. Yeah, she was styled by.
Maybe it's Wales Bonner. I don't know.
Wales, right.
Oh damn! Somebody put yikes. Another one wrote ankles.
Guys, I did not see that without this picture. I'm not. You know what? Next picture. I'm doing this with you. Okay.
I don't make the news. I just report it. I didn't even say that. I did not write in the comments. I just read what was there.
Then we got Nozamo Mbata. She's wearing Bronx and Co. I like the color. Again, another one. The skin color pops out.
Who's that on the left?
I think that's the model, and then this is the girl actually wearing it.
I actually prefer it on the girl that's the regular girl wearing it, not on the model.
Oh, the other one. Okay.
Yeah, she's a little too skinny, and it looks like it's just droopy. Whereas,
yeah, that's what I say.
I like the peak of skin on the abs, and the one shoulder on this girl here on the left.
Right, you're right. On her. Clearly, the designer was like, "I need you because you're skinny," but then she saw it and she was like, "I'm gonna rock that shit." And girl, you did.
I feel like as a designer, you should have had someone more curvy wear that outfit down the runway rather than some typical hanger that y'all like to pick.
And it shows why Rihanna and Fashion Nova are making a fortune, and Vicky's Secret is looking for a buyer. Enough said.
And you know what? Speaking of which, I think Cardi B would actually look pretty good in that outfit as well.
Oh yeah, Cardi B would. She got some boobs to fit in there. Oh
yes, Gabrielle Union. Yes, honey.
Yeah,
I think she works better.
Yes, and she is wearing here, guys. She's wearing Dion Lee pants, top and blazer, David Yurman jewelry, and Valentino bag. Just to Instagram, y'all. She just did this just to post in front of her house. You know, cute little take a selfie. You know, I'm here for it. And
she sells it more so than the model.
Absolutely. Don't we
have
always?
Have you noticed there's a pattern here? These models aren't really selling these outfits.
Thank you. Hello. Yes. And we have here, one of my favorite here, fashionista, fashion journalist herself, Elaine Welteroth, and she's wearing the Vampire's Wife when she was visiting the talk. I love the look. It fits someone like her. She's a classy lady. And those that do not know who she is, she's big in the fashion industry. She is, if you want to be in this industry, she's one of the people that you need to talk to, along with Anna Wintour and the people that you see on Fashion Project Runway and all that stuff.
I've seen her on Project Runway.
I just love her story as a Black woman. Like, you know, you could tell she worked hard to get where she's at. Like, you know, because fashion is another industry that's predominantly, you know, white women and white men. And so to see someone like her make it to that level where she could be on Project Runway to be, you know, being one of the judges and you know, I just love that. Her, Bevy Smith, you know, all of that. Like, you know, I just. Shout out to Black women in fashion.
Yes, and go on, Kizzy, with your plantation dress. I'm living for it.
Okay. Hey, listen, you gotta flip it. And then we got the one and only Miss Chrissy Teigen, who got blocked by, well, not blocked, but she got the actual President Joe Biden to stop following her because she followed him. Now that's gone. But then she said, you know what? I wanted myself, and I don't want POTUS looking at every move. And she said, stop following me. And POTUS said, okay, girl. But she's here wearing the road coat and bag just on Instagram. She was styled by Alana Banderas. Shout out to you, Chrissy Teigen. Always a social media moment. Never adult Chrissy Teigen.
It's cute. I like the bag.
I
definitely want that bag though.
I love that celebrities get dressed up just to go viral on Instagram.
Exactly, because they can't go no damn where. So you know what? Yes. Make it fun.
Speaking of fun, look at this one here. The woman we just spoke about in this story has been Demi Lovato, and she is wearing the latest Ralph and Russo 2020 outfit here. She has jewelry by Drew, and it says here also Fisher rings by Jennifer Fisher rings as well. And she wore this to the Ellen show. I'm here for again, she's wearing it better than this Thai model. I like her haircut. You know, I'm proud of Demi Lovato. Like, you know, we talk a lot about celebrities in Hollywood and young stars specifically, and it's unfortunate that, you know, celebrities go through this, and when you can pull through from what she did, I think it's a lesson learned. And like I said in the Trending Stories narration of it all, it's going to live for generations to come. I think a lot of people are going to see her story and kind of remember to say no. I think this is a better PSA than Smokey the Bear. How about that? And that shows my
everything you said I would basically agree with. Like, I love the color. I like the short haircut. She's giving me very butch lesbian with the hair.
Yes,
I love a short hairdo on a woman if it fits her head. And I like the suit on her. I think it's a cute suit. I'm glad she didn't go with the black gloves. I like it.
Me too. Shout out to you, Demi. And then we have the one and only Storm Reid.
I love Storm Reid.
Yeah, she is one of the young people in Hollywood to look out for. I know everyone's on Zendaya and Yara Shahidi, two young girls as well, but Storm Reid, I love her as well. She's another young Hollywood girl that stands in their convictions. You know, you got people like Amanda Gorman who shocked the world with her poetic speech at the inauguration and Super Bowl and stuff. So again, just black woman, black girl magic. And here she is wearing someone by the name of Aaliyah. Oh, okay. Huh?
It's Aaliyah.
Oh, Aaliyah. Okay, well the I is actually Aaliyah.
That's like one of Naomi Campbell's dearest of friends.
Oh. Look at you, right, Christy, with the scoop here on Aaliyah.
Oh, she also says Aaliyah is a very good cook as well.
Hey, wow.
There was I learned this because I watched, but she interviewed Mariah Carey, and they went over to the house, and they said like them babies like to go upstairs and play in the clothes and stuff while they sat downstairs, and Aaliyah actually goes and cooks and stuff. So yeah,
I just can't with this picture. I just can't. I'm sorry.
You went and came back to them water buffalo ankles.
I just don't know what she thought. Like, so wait, I just want to know. So Willie came in and said, "Girl, I found this dress for you."
Let me ask you a question. When did she wear this?
I don't know, Chris. Hold on. When was this posted?
I don't recall her wearing this episode.
This was posted a day ago, so I'm assuming sometime this week. I don't even know.
Was it yesterday's episode? Wait, when did you get the picture? Was it yesterday?
No, I got the picture today. I went to the site today.
You want to know something? It might have been today's episode because I haven't seen today's. And last night's episode, I don't remember what happened. All I remember was I came home from work. I had me like one of those little chicken rolls from the little fancy supermarket up the street. And I had me a 40-ounce bottle of beer. I drank the beer because I was like, okay, it's been a crazy week. And
that explains why you guys follow Chris on Instagram. He's always pictures at the gym.
Yeah, so I had me a beer, and I think that beer knocked my ass out. So I don't remember yesterday's episode. It could also been
be careful. You don't want to wake up with those windy ankles now.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I got to worry about with drinking beer. It swells you up. Which is why I only drink on occasion now. But yeah, So I guess that's our fashion roundup. You know, I love this segment. This is shadier than fashion police.
Okay.
Shout out to the legendary Joan Rivers, by the way.
Right. Shout out to you, Joe. We may be over here butchering the names and all that, but child, it's a Kiki, no matter what. Okay. So speaking of Kiki, let's get to this last segment here as we wrap up this show. We're gonna talk about something that's been really interesting. Like I said, I found this story just doing my scrollings, and it is Black History Month, and I think it's important that again we don't shy away from the conversations that people.
It's about
people
Bravo.
In general, yes. This is connected
honey,
to.
Let me just say this: I got an exclusive Bravo story. When we do this, I'm gonna bring it up. But honey, go ahead.
All right. So yes, guys. So as I said, this story is something that really caught my attention. Let me pull up this photo here. My computer decided to. But like, and I'm sure your story is probably similar too. Hold on. Oh, wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go. No. So yeah, so it was this story going around. And by the way, guys, let me take this off. You guys, we are currently in our last segment here. This is the Reality Unwrapped segment, brought to you by Wednesday Night Kiki. And yes, so waiting for this damn video to play. You know, the internet got the gangs today.
Mm-hmm.
It's like nothing wants to play now, right? All right. Well, anyway, we are in our Reality Unwrapped segment here, guys.
Oh yeah.
The story that I'll talk about here is this person here. We got Mariah. Her last name is Hawk, and she's going on here, and she filed a discrimination lawsuit against Bravo. And one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this because, as I said to you, you know, we spoke before about the Nene situation. And I do think that there is a connection with this woman, obviously. This story came out last month, as I said earlier, but this is something that I think we should continue to talk about. So she went on, filed this lawsuit. Oh, wait, what just happened? I am all over the map.
What did happen? I don't see anything.
Right. Yeah, the picture just went away. But so according to the story here from Madame Noir, and so she filed a lawsuit against Bravo, alleging that not only discriminated against her but also stole her ideas and didn't pay her royalties. So according to Mariah here, she was the one that created Married to Medicine. This is the show that she's talking about here, and
which I think their new season starts up next month.
I believe so, and I believe that's why she is, you know, came out with this. Like, you know, it's been so long that I guess she's ready to file some charges. I saw the Jasmine brand speaking to a woman who.
Hey, what happened? I think I lost EJ. And the crazy part is I don't have the story, so I can't finish it. So I guess we're working to get Mr. EJ Parker back. But so I guess maybe I can get to my exclusive tea that I found out in regards of the Real Housewives. So speaking of the jazz, oh, he's there. Hello. I see you.
All right.
I was about to tell my exclusive tea, but go ahead, finish what you were saying.
No, I was just saying, like she right. So she filed a lawsuit saying that they stole her ideas and she wants to pay royalty. She wants her royalties, and is saying that she's stealing her creation, Married to Medicine, and for not paying her royalties and not giving her proper credit for spinoffs and treating her with discriminatory practices. This is according to from All About the Tea, and it goes on and says she's suing NBC, Bravo, Fremantle, and purveyors of pop. And so yeah, so she's about 20 pages long, and according to the lawsuit, it goes on and says unauthorized exploitation of Married to Medicine and the medicine. Unauthorized exploitation of Married to Medicine and Married to Medicine the series, breach of contract, breach of joint venture agreement, breach of covenant of good faith and fair dealing, and failure to prevent retaliation and harassment. Huck has been vocal about the feeling that she was treated differently than other white Bravo reality stars like Lisa Vanderpump and Whitney Smith. In an interview in July of last year, Huck, who is Muslim, said producers told her she couldn't wear her hijab during filming. She wasn't offered the opportunity to return to Married to Medicine for the show 8th season. Huck told All About the Tea that she feels the network wouldn't usually shut her out, the creator and one of the stars of a hit show, and feels that her being Black played a role in the decision. And it goes on here finally and says, former Bravo star Nene Leakes has also accused Bravo, along with Eddie Cohen, of discriminatory practices. And there you have it, guys. And that's what, because we speak about Nene a lot. And I believe 1000% that there is a connection to this. And again, instead of us standing for Black women who helped bring back this country back from where we were and still doing the hard work and still calling out and trying to get sweat from our culture, people go for the narrative that's already painted about Nene, whether you like her or not. You find the narrative that Andy Cohen painted about her. Oh, she just didn't want to open her closet to everyone. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about a closet or a scene. We're talking about discriminatory practices of someone who's Black, who is being told, F you, even though she created that. And as you always say, Nene says she created Watch What Happens Live. You think she's getting royalties for that? Of course not. So there is a connection here. We just need someone to build the case. And I hope Ben Crump is, the guy that's still with Nene. Hopefully he can tie all this together.
Mm-hmm. This is the perfect example of people making sure you have your business practices on point, because while you're wet behind the ears and fresh to the business, there are a lot of people that are in place at NBC, at Bravo, and all these other production companies that definitely know how to do their little shaky, sneaky shenanigans in between the writings. Why do you think, like, a lot of times when you hear musicians, they have bad contracts because they don't read the fine print? Or when you come in, make sure you have your own attorney. If you are someone that came in with the concept, make sure you have your own attorney separate from NBC or all these other people that can look over the paperwork that you're given, and don't just be so quick to sign on the dotted line. I don't know what the extent of her contract is. I don't know what type of contract she signed when she came over to Bravo. Time and time again, we've heard stories of people coming in, if you don't have the proper paperwork, how your ideas get stolen. Like, for instance, I remember I brought up on the show before that Perez Hilton had went to Andy Cohen with a story about gay dads. And Andy Cohen was basically like, oh, I think that's a stupid idea. Nobody's wanted to watch a show about gay fathers, this, that, and the other, because just like Carlos King said when he did a recent interview with TGIF, the show with Claudia Jordan and How You Doing and Funky Dineva, men are boring on reality TV. No, straight men are boring. There's a difference. Gay men, trans people, they'll definitely give you the key. You can go on YouTube and watch a lot of those shows. The show with our guy, we talk about, The Circle and all these other shows. The gays are giving it. So if you talk about men are boring, no, straight men are boring. Unless you want to be messy like Peter Thomas or Apollo or all these other house husbands that they've had. Or what's her name's husband? Melissa Gorga. Like, if you want to see certain husbands where they be a little messy, they could do that way. This is why I always say, like, if you're going to go in and present... Oh, so to finish off with the Perez Hilton thing, Andy Cohen said he wasn't interested. Now come to find out, Perez Hilton went and said that Andy Cohen all of a sudden now has a show about gay fathers in development, a reality show. So he wasn't interested in your idea at the time. He was interested in stealing it and then spinning it into his own shit. So also people need to also be aware of who you sell your ideas to, and make sure you have your stuff copywritten. Make sure you have all your I's dotted and your T's crossed before you present it to a network. Because a lot of times people come in and have a dollar and a dream. They want to come to the networks and want to just see their dream manifest, and they want to be a part of it. She should be an EP as well as a star. I mean, isn't that what something that what's her Shawnee O'Neal has? But then come to find out, Shawnee O'Neal ain't as powerful as she claims on that Basketball Wives show. And to me, I think this is going to be the final season because the ratings is in the toilet on that show. So
and just Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Exactly, and the only interesting thing that came out of Real Housewives of Atlanta was the recent episode with Bolo and the alleged, sex capades between him, Portia, and allegedly Tanya, who's in a whole relationship. So there was something going on, and you had Inspector Kenya going around trying to exploit people for having sex with a stripper. So what? Mind your business. You're just mad because your back ain't getting blown out. Because your soon-to-be ex-husband is over in New York. But nevertheless, I feel for Mariah. I hope she gets some sort of justice, if not some type of compensation. Give her an EP credit. Cut her a check. Even if you don't want her to be no longer part of the Married to Medicine franchise, at the end of the day, that is a concept she came up with. That is a concept that she presented to Bravo, and pay her. Tell the man with the money, come here and pay me. Give her what she is owed.
I agree. Yeah, it's just a crazy situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a crazy situation. And I just hope she gets her just due. But yeah, so let's get to your story here of this Bravo for this Reality Unwrapped segment here, and then we're gonna finish up this show.
Yeah, so the Jasmine brand, since we were talking about them before, Housewives franchise is coming up with yet another spinoff, which is going to be like a road trip of sorts. So the women from various cities will be staying in the same house in an exotic location. So to me, it seems like they're trying to pull what they did with the Basketball Wives and have the women, all the different women from the different, how they have the Basketball Wives currently, they're staying in a house and having them hash out whatever drama they have because, under quarantine, you can't shoot everywhere. So they want to bring a bunch of women together. So they said that Bravo is allegedly gearing up for a special limited series that will feature women from multiple housewives cities. Sources are saying that 8 to 10 ladies will go on a trip and stay in a home together at a tropical location. It will allegedly air on NBC's streaming platform Peacock. So it's not clear who will be a part of the special. The Real Housewives franchise is currently in Atlanta, Salt Lake City, Potomac, Beverly Hills, New York City, New Jersey, Dallas, and Orange County. Well, I feel like maybe you could pick. I mean, I can't think of how many people that would be interested. Okay, maybe, if you want to do conflict and drama, get Kenya up in the house. Kenya and Portia. I said, oh Lord, Kenya and Portia, I don't know how that works. If for Beverly Hills, bring in Erica and Lisa Rinna. New York, I'd say bring Sonia up in there because Sonia's a hot, drunken ass mess. Bring her up in there. She'll be entertaining. New Jersey, I would say Teresa, but I'm sick of her and the bullshit she's doing already. So leave her ass where she's at. I don't watch Dallas. I don't watch Orange County. I don't know who's on there. I really don't watch Salt Lake City and Potomac. I don't really know who they can bring with it, but those are my picks from the ones that I watch. That would be the most interesting one. So if anybody has an idea of who they would like to see as part of this Dreamcast, let us know in the comments. And I'd probably be interested in checking this out. I mean, Peacock is free. So I'd probably, when the time comes, I'll get around to it and I'll check it out and I'll see what's going on with this show and if it's entertaining. Because they've been saying for the longest, why not pull together a bunch of housewives from different franchises and have them come together and do some sort of like girls trip. I think it'd be interesting. I mean, and we all know that, the Real Housewives franchises thrives on their girls trips. So it'll be interesting to see how that all works out. And I guess that's all I have for Reality Roundup. Reality. So I don't know. Do you care enough to watch this? Do you care enough to watch this franchise?
Not really.
That's it. Okay, so then I also heard, since you said wrap this up, there's a story that came out about T.I. and Tiny, which is saying that they are not facing any investigation amid accusations. So no lawsuits have been filed. So there's another story exclusive from the Jasmine brand. They said the couple faced allegations of drugging, kidnapping, and sexually abusing dozens of women. It all began after Tiny's former friend Sabrina Peterson accused T.I. of holding a gun to her head. She later shared stories from alleged victims who made the accusations against him and Tiny. And I'm sure y'all been hearing a lot about this, but now they're saying, despite the allegations, the two of the sexual abuse accusers retaining lawyer Lisa Bloom, sources tell us that the couple is not currently under investigation and no lawsuits have been filed. The source also says that police and authorities have also not been contacted, have not contacted them concerning the claims. Now, filming for VH1's T.I. and Tiny Friends and Family Hustle is still on hold. It was initially scheduled to premiere this spring, with a spokesperson from MTV saying, "We are aware of the allegations, and while they are not connected to our show, we have reached out to Tip and Tamika, as well as local and state officials. Given the serious nature of the allegations, we have decided to suspend production or to gather more information." And I saw the other day, DJ went and sent in our little group chat that he was doing an interview, I believe, with the Jasmine brand, if I'm not mistaken. It was one of the black blogs, and how they turned off the comments, and how he was.
What happened?
And was calling. Wait, what happened?
Hello.
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 Were there some technical difficulties?
Yeah. But we back.
Okay, well, I kept talking, honey. And then Candy defended them against the allegations, saying, "I don't really want to speak on that situation." And continued by saying, she didn't want to speak on it, but she had a lot to say. She said, "What I want to say is people put out any rumor about somebody right now. This society has become a you're guilty until proven innocent instead of you're innocent until proven guilty. And I do not like that. I will say that they're like family to me. Honestly, Tiny and I grew up together. Because of the things that were even said on our show, people always try to wrap me up into any rumor that happens right now. I want to say I don't like that." Well, she is right. She has a right to say that, you know what, people, and to be honest, there is a whole guilty until proven innocent situation. Y'all hear stuff and all of a sudden everybody want to act like judge, jury, and executioner. But I don't think Candy is the right person y'all should be asking, especially with them dungeon rumors. And then the recent episode of The Real Housewives when y'all was doing, you referred to Cynthia's bachelorette party as the dungeon, and y'all had that stripper up in there, and you started this whole freak fest. So a lot of y'all down in Atlanta be licking in on each other. There was a lot of girl-on-girl action. It wasn't just, messing around with Bolo. The girls was making out with each other, doing all kinds of stuff. I had never seen so much ass in my life, instead, from watching all of that. So yeah.
Well, I agree. I think the episode was a hot mess, and so somebody's lying, somebody's covering up, and then there's the truth. But honestly, I don't think it's not wrong what they did. I mean, I'm talking about Real Housewives episode. I think that they, had fun. It was just, like my cousins got with their girlfriends. Like, I think I would have, if there was a camera, it would have been the exact same thing, maybe worse. Who knows? But I do think it was for TV, and I do think that the producers played them. They'll leave the room. These bitches are drunk. Keep rolling. And then now we're here, and then reality TV, because you sign these contracts. That's why Tamar, another one who's crying out loud about discrimination, is saying that she can't live her life because she's been put in these boxes and da-da-da. So you got to have a lot of thick skin in this industry, and specifically reality TV, because you're being paid in one way, and clearly no one wants to be painted that way. But then once you're deemed that way, that's it. So, if they want to speak up, protect your name. But girl, what I see with my 2 eyes is not fooling me. So,
I think the thing that messes them up is the fact that they don't have a strong foundation like the Kardashians. See, the Kardashians could sit and use the reality TV and the media and spin everything to their own narrative. It's also probably because they're white. So they're able to spin this in their own narrative. Whereas we're hearing so much drama that they're going through in regards of Tamar and Mariah and Nene and so many other girls of color who are talking about they're going through the things that go. And yeah, what you were saying, like with the Real Housewives of Atlanta, they knew where all the cameras were, and they were turning the camera and putting tape over it and covering up stuff. But the camera was catching some stuff, and there was microphones, and you had Kenya up in there spilling tea. And the funny thing was, even with the cameras and stuff were off, the girls the next morning were talking about it. So we were getting a lowdown of what transpired. And based on the body language, because they were talking about what Kenya's saying this and Kenya's saying that, Tanya with her bad acting and her body language, and you had Portia was getting all upset about I'm not hungry. If it was all lies and Kenya was trying to start shit, you wouldn't have been bothered. Or like, you know what? She started her bullshit and kept it moving. Now all of a sudden you're talking about I've lost my appetite. I'm not hungry. Now I'm mad. And I'm like, now it's to be continued to next week. So it's just like, so I already know this whole thing with the whole Strippergate is going to get dragged out, like the whole Denise Richards situation with her getting her pussy licked by Brandy Glanville. I already see it coming. They're going to stretch this out because it's the only good damn storyline that's keeping Real Housewives of Atlanta interesting at this point. So now it doesn't suck me in.
Well, we said what we said on our first edition of Reality Unwrapped. There's better TV online. And speaking of starting shit, let's take a listen of what happened season 1, because they are coming back for a win. But this is the first season of what went down on this episode. And I don't think you've seen this show, but I'm gonna fill you in here. This is a show, the Shit We Do for Love is a love show, dating show, slash where people hook up and like kind of date each other and mess ensues. But in the first 3, this is where Travis is meeting one of the new guys, and apparently
I was here. Walked around. I have both. Oh, do you? I do. I'm sure they are different. No, they're fans. They fans? Yeah. You're very pretentious person like most people in Atlanta. You don't have fans. Nobody knows. So what fans are you walking around taking pictures with?
Well, this Atlanta. Everybody got fans. Everybody got friends.
I didn't say I was famous. I just said I got fans. said everybody think they finna win.
Well, I don't think I'm winning at all. I think
well, you should. Yeah, you should.
If I want to, I will.
You should.
Watch it.
Because I'm telling you.
Why you telling me?
Don't say anything.
Bitch, if I got motherfucking fans, bitch, I got motherfucking fans. If your motherfucking ass don't like that, I got motherfucking fans. You can kiss my.
If somebody got
Wait, so he said motherfucking, but then y'all bleep the other thing. Okay.
Yeah, that
what
was a
fan
scene
you
from
got?
this.
I don't know. I don't know her. Was that Beijing hit up in that bed?
I don't know, girl. I don't know. All I know is Atlanta looks like a mess, and clearly it's going down in the paint out there in Atlanta, honey. The carrying. So I don't know. But what I do know is that you got to watch that season of The Shit We Do for Love, where those two there, Travis and the other guy, I think it's John or something like that. They are going at it. This the whole season. And it's a really great show. They're coming out with season 2. Travis watches YouTube a lot. He's on the Chasing reality series. Travis is the other guy, and the one you said with Asian.
One with the white shirt. Travis. Oh yeah.
No,
yeah,
the one with the glasses. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'll definitely.
It's really good.
It seems very messy and very shady. And it's funny how, like I said, you had people like Carlos King, who is a gay man, last I checked, saying that men are not entertaining, but y'all quick to put women on television and give them our words and our lingo and steal from our community. You're giving them freebies and let them flourish while our people continue to just, sit behind the scenes. And this is why I have issues with people in our community who I feel are problematic. Y'all will prop up women, but then you shit on your own people. So I like the fact that I think you mentioned The Shit We Do for Love to me before, but I've been so bombarded with stuff, I forgot about it. But it definitely looks like an interesting show, and I will definitely check it out because I know you recommended a lot of shows to me. Like, I didn't know about G Status ATL, and I started watching it, and I love it. I watched The Come Up, and what's the one with Dwight? I always forget the name of that damn show because, it takes them 6 weeks to put out a new damn episode.
We're still on Christmas, y'all. On that
and we're about to go into March.
Thank everyone for tuning in to this long, messy show, 4-hour show. It's been 4 hours. Yes. So we're gonna stop and we have a lot of tea on this show. That is the Kiki, guys. That is the show. We will see you guys.
I'll be posting on my Instagram and things.
Right.
We're gonna take a couple of weeks off to bring in, huh?
No, I'm still working on something. If so, we may come back next week, but just follow us. Because if I have someone who's doing an event next week, so if I can squeeze them in, then we'll definitely pop on for a quick Kiki. Okay, guys. But we'll keep you posted on that. Follow us at WNKIKITV, and follow us, and make sure you keep in tackle what's going on, in case we release a new show or whatnot. So stay up to date. Tune in this weekend for our new episodes of our show. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm exhausted. The show.
You and me both, child. It's a lot to do a 4-hour show. And also, thank you to Delvon for stopping in and providing us with a little bit of his expertise and promoting his book. Definitely get your hands on that book if you can. It's available online. I should have asked him, is it available on Audible as well? But yeah, definitely get your hands on Delvon's book and definitely check out the interview.
Yes, definitely. We're gonna put that up as well. Thank you so much, Delvon. I'm sure he'll be back on the show. Come out tomorrow, Thursday at 12 p.m. Fashion in the Fast Lane on Facebook Live, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye.
through the mud. Roll that clip.
No, I don't have it.
Oh, that's the picture. I feel like I was on the radio. We'll talk about. We'll play the clips and all that. I'll talk about this again on Saturday during the podcast. We can give the music, the audio clip, and all the context. I literally thought you about to press play, but that's just, how you doing? Yeah, so they basically went in on him, and he had this to say. He said that I guess he wanted them to kick his ass because he said y'all don't give me 90% of the last time, and then even said, "Oh yeah, he'll take a picture with anybody, including people like Miss Owens, who is a vile, sunken place, nappy-headed, no edges having heifer that blows her own." Goddamn people under the bus. Bitch, throw her out in the field like y'all did Izzy and Roots. Because this bitch is a mess. But he went and said, he felt like they were rude and he blind. Or how they questioned him. He was not happy about how the interview went. It was unprofessional. This is sources telling KUWTK. He went on to say, so he went on, and I guess this is what they'll say. They said, he went on to produce or promote his tawdry, The Reunited States, which is produced with Nut McCain. But the interview, went Sunny and Anna Navarro, who appeared at the time, took Jones to task for his past association with the Trump administration. So there are those who really accuse you of being an opportunist, a chameleon, so to speak, who provided a racial cover by former disgraced, twice impeached President Trump. People in the Black community don't trust you anymore. What's your response? And Navarro followed up by saying, "You lost a lot of people who trusted you and who saw you a voice because of positions you took during the Trump administration.